See it's popped up. Good morning, everyone. It is 9 a.m. on Wednesday, June 12th, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll ask the secretary to please call roll.
This is Angie Castellanos for the record, and this is roll call. President Ortiz.
Here.
Vice President Dockweiler.
Here.
Member Hudson.
Here.
Member Arascata.
Here.
Member Cantu.
Here.
Member Carlton.
Here.
Member Els.
Here.
Member Hughes.
Here.
Member Keys.
Here.
Member Orr is absent, excused. Member Walker.
I'm here.
Madam President, you have quorum.
Thank you, Angie. I'd also like to note for the record that we are joined by Deputy Attorney General David Gardner, I think. I don't see if he's in the room.
Actually, it's Craig Burkett.
Oh, hi, Craig. Yay.
Yep.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us. Would everyone please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples whose homeland, where we are presenting from and where people are joining us from, in what is now the great state of Nevada. The Numa, also known as the Northern Paiute, Nuwu, Southern Paiute, Washishu, Washoe, and Niue, Western Shoshone tribes. As we get started with the agenda, I'd like to share a few housekeeping items. As you can see, some of our participants are joining us virtually, myself included. I woke up with a cough today, so I did not want to spread that around. So I'm joining you from my home office. So I ask with your patience if we have any technical difficulties, and if I have a coughing fit, I'm going to turn the mic over to Vice President Dockweiler. I also want to remind our audience that board meetings can be viewed via live stream with closed captioning. I'll remind participants to please turn off your microphone or mute yourself when you're not speaking, and remember to turn on your microphone or unmute when you'd like to make a comment. Of course, please remember that you're on video and being broadcast via live stream on the Nevada Department of Ed's website. If you'd like to be recognized to make a comment, please gesture on the screen, and I will acknowledge you. You all look really tiny to me from this perspective, so I'm going to leave it to Vice President Dockweiler to let me know if somebody needs to speak. If I miss your indication, please feel free to jump in respectfully whenever you are able. As usual, all of our meeting materials are available on the board's webpage. I trust that when board members aren't actively engaged, they're reviewing board documents. Pardon me. I'll open up first period of public comment under agenda item 2, and I'll remind our audience that comments are limited to those items on the agenda for this comment period. Please be sure to fill out a comment card and turn on the microphone, and begin by stating your name for the record. Please note that I will limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'll keep time myself this time since I don't have somebody next to me. And we'll take public comment up in Carson City first and then in Las Vegas. If you're unable to attend in person but would like to provide public comment, please submit your written statement to nvboarded@doe.nv.gov before the close of the meeting. Are there any public comments up north?
There's no public comment in Carson City.
Okay, and we will start then in Las Vegas with Trevor Harder.
Good morning, my name is Trevor Harder. I am a proud middle school STEAM educator. Good morning, President Ortiz, Vice President Dockweiler, and board. I would like to voice my support for the changes to the NEPF. Oftentimes, administrators are stuck between a rock and a hard place, having numerous evaluations to write while maintaining a high level of quality and actionable feedback for educators. Many times, educators are asked to complete self-evaluations like myself this year. I spent my spring break tirelessly combing through my portfolio from this year to highlight over 30 artifacts, highlighting my strengths as an educator. Along with each artifact, I also wrote a narrative explaining how each artifact aligned with the NEPF. This process took hours to ensure that I attained a highly effective rating, which I pride myself on achieving each year. With the proposed changes to administrators and educators alike, we'll have a more streamlined process and much easier rating system that cuts down not only the time to evaluate educators, resulting in more frequent and frankly, timely evaluations for educators that will in turn allow teachers to adjust their teaching to create a positive impact on student learning. I urge you all to take this into account and consider approving the changes to the NEPF. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Angie, do we have additional public comment in Las Vegas?
We do. We have one more, Catherine Lee.
Now it's on. Hi, how are you all? Good morning. I'm Catherine Lee, and I'm the Associate Professor in School Psychology at UNLV. It's good to see you all again, esteemed members. So I'm here to talk about Agenda Item 16, the Read by Grade 3 provisions in AB 400. I wanted to thank you first and foremost. I was back here in March, so I want to thank you for listening and hearing and actually taking action immediately, informing a subcommittee on the provisions regarding to the Read by Grade 3 cutoff score. So thank you. I'm honored to be part of that subcommittee. And I'm collaborating with very seasoned school psychologists, Melody Thompson in CCSD, Dr. Dockweiler, who's also very seasoned in the field, and working with NDE as well, and you'll hear from them later. So I wanted to thank you really for hearing us, because it's very important, the work we're doing and revising the provisions and the process for making decisions for our student body and community regarding retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Do we have any additional public comment in Las Vegas?
Not at this time.
Okay, do we have any public comments submitted via email?
No public comments submitted via email.
Okay, then I will move on to agenda item number 3. May I please have a motion to use a flexible agenda, allowing me to take items out of order if necessary?
Member Dockweiler, I recommend a flexible agenda.
Member Hughes, second.
All in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, now I will turn to my report. I have some exciting stuff to share with you all. Week before last, I was able to join some of the folks from the Department of Ed and Superintendent Ebert, as well as our School of Education Dean, Danica Hayes from UNLV, at the regional convening to support state action to advance the education professions. It was a regional convening of a bunch of states from the western part of the United States in my home state of New Mexico, which was kind of fun. I got to give everyone a taste of New Mexico. And I'm excited to say that we were highlighted quite a bit in that convening. We had two or three different panels where Superintendent Ebert was able to talk about all of the great work that's happening in Nevada, specifically the change to our funding formula, what we're doing with the Portrait of a Learner, how we're moving to competency-based education, and how we've been able to increase not only funding for education as a whole, but specifically for teachers. I'm happy to say that It sounded like we were leading the pack as far as teacher salaries across that cohort of states. There are a couple that are a little bit ahead of us, and it is a very friendly competition. Everyone is kind of trying to one-up each other on who's offering better rates for obvious reasons. This is supply and demand, economics 101. We even had some folks from the island of Samoa that had some really interesting feedback and perspectives to share with us. I have so much more to say, but I don't want to take up the whole meeting, but it was a really good convening. There's a lot of great things happening. The Department of Ed, National Department of Ed, is listening to our needs and our ideas about how things can change and how we need to evolve the profession. So I think the biggest theme that I will leave you all with that we took away from the convening was there is an absolute critical need to respect and value the teaching profession and all of our educators, and that means everyone that helps with our children. So there's I'm getting weird background noise. Is everyone muted? That's on the virtual meeting. Maybe it's me. Okay, so a couple of board member updates. We ran out of there so fast last meeting. I think we were all just tired and ready to go that we missed an opportunity to celebrate the reappointment of our student board member, Michael Keys. So everyone, please give him a big round of applause. Yay. We're super excited to have you for a second year. This is unprecedented in our history. But Michael has been doing so much amazing work, specifically around building the Student Advisory Council. He came to me about probably a year ago and said, hey, Felicia, I recognize that I don't speak for all kids in our state, and I would really love to bring more students together to be able to bring their voices to the table as well. And not only has he taken that and run with it, but now it's being spread and talked about across the country. So I'm super proud to have him on our board and excited to have him for another year. So congratulations, Michael. I also want to congratulate Member Cantu for making it through the primary last night. Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing how things progress in the general. We have, it looks like another year, 4 years, sorry, with Tim, because he did not have, Member Hughes, sorry, because he did not have an opponent. So I'm excited about that. And I will turn it over now to see if there's any other board member updates. And Member Arascata, I'll save your report for last. Any other member updates from the board?
President Ortiz, this is Member Hughes. I can jump in. So I wanted to just give a quick update on the Innovation and Excellence in Education Committee. So this is a reminder, came from a bill from Senator Dondero Loop, and the goal was to look ahead and determine sort of a long-term vision and for us to come together and craft a more coherent vision for the future of education in Nevada. And it's comprised of education leaders, community leaders, business leaders, so a pretty broad cross-section of stakeholders. So we met earlier this month. The basic sort of focus of this meeting was really meeting, we sort of had the subcommittee structure and to report out on what each subcommittee had been working on. Those 4 subcommittees are measuring what matters, world-class teachers, next-gen career pathways, and proficiency-based learning. So it was mostly work time for those groups to get back together. And basically each of those groups is tasked with sort of crafting a plan in that particular category. And then the goal is to sort of converge across all 4 of those groups to start crafting this more coherent strategy and vision moving forward. The one thing I will name that is sort of important, because we've talked a lot in these meetings about competency-based learning. One of the subcommittees is called proficiency-based learning, which raised some interesting questions and a lot of misunderstanding between proficiency-based learning, competency-based learning, mastery-based learning. Sometimes people are using those terms interchangeably, but they actually are sort of distinctive ideas within the education field. And so there's some work to be done collectively to make sure everybody is clear on what we're sort of even talking about sort of in that realm. But more information to come. I believe the next whole group meeting is in August when subcommittees will sort of report back out. So I'll have more to share then.
Awesome. Thank you, Member Hughes. I'm super curious to hear about that discussion. And I think that that's a topic that we need to undertake as well, and make sure that everything from all arms of education, whether it's committees, subcommittees, other areas like the Commission on School Funding or our team, that we're all using the same language and that we're clear on what it means. So thank you for that. Any other board member updates?
I was able I think a few weeks ago to go to a community convening for the Portrait of a Learner. Superintendent Ebert was in attendance. I attended with one of the executive directors for the Nevada Association of Student Councils. It was a wonderful event, kind of updating everyone on the timeline, what they've been working on, kind of telling, there were business partners there, community members, and it was just a great opportunity. And we're going to be, the Nevada Association of Student Councils is going to be working with Portrait into a lot of the work we're doing over the next year.
Awesome. Love to hear that. Any other updates from the team? Okay, then, Member Scotta, you're up. Let's hear an update from NSHE.
Thank you very much, President Ortiz. Because we just had our quarterly meeting last week on June 6th and 7th, this is a fairly robust update in regards to the Nevada system of higher education. I'm going to do my very best to get this under 5 minutes. So bear with me if you all could. Number one item right off the top, which I felt that was most important and relevant to the Board of Education throughout the entire state of Nevada, was the revised Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 1. What this means is we establish a predictable pricing schedules for dual and concurrent enrollment fees. The Nevada System of Higher Education Procedures and Guideline Manual also updated our predictable pricing schedules for the dual and concurrent enrollment with an initial base increase, primarily because cost of education is increasing, of not until 2025 and 2026 academic year. What does this mean? So for the academic years of 24-25, the concurrent enrollment fee will be $75 per course. At UNR, UNLV, Nevada State University, College of Southern Nevada, Great Basin College, Chuck Meadows Community College, and Western Nevada College. However, in 2025, it will be increasing to $100 for concurrent enrollment registration fees. Now, when we go to dual enrollment in 24-25, both at UNR and UNLV, it's at $150, but next year we'll be jumping to $154 per credit. Nevada State University is going to be going from $118 to $121.25. And at our colleges, called Southern Nevada, Great Basin College, TMCC, and Western Nevada College, it'll be going from $85 to $87.50. Cost of education is unfortunately increasing, and we need to maintain the high quality of education to our students, especially those enrolled with our concurrent and dual enrollment. Now I'm going to fly through the rest of these. What the Board of Regents also approved were 4 new academic programs. One is a Doctorate of Philosophy in Counselor, Education, and Supervision at UNLV, a Bachelor of Science in Neuroscience, also at UNLV, a Bachelor of Arts in Special Education at Nevada State University. List here. And a Bachelor of Applied Science in Land Surveying and Geometrics at the College of Southern Nevada. We also approved a policy revision to further address discrimination, including anti-Semitism, approved a policy revising prohibiting institutions from withholding academic transcripts from any current or former student having a delinquent account. That's a big one. Also, we approved the nomination of Stephanie Goodwin to be the selection of the governor for the appointment of them to represent the Nevada State Board of Education as a non-voting member starting on September 1st of 2024. So I only have one more meeting, unfortunately. This has been a great joy of mine for the past 2 years. However, Regent Goodman is down in Las Vegas and she'll provide fantastic representation. We received an update from the University of Nevada, Reno on how the institution is working with Nevada's tribal communities. And lastly, proudly, the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents approved the reappointment and employment contract for the University of Nevada, Reno President Brian Sandoval. Madam President, that is my update. Thank you for this opportunity. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Member Escada. That was a really good report, and I'm super excited to hear about several of those things. Do we have any questions from the board?
Yes, Madam President. This is Member Carlton. I do have a quick question, and I couldn't quite hear it all, Member Escada. So the land surveying Bachelor of Arts, and what college was that at? And is this a partnership with one of the apprenticeship programs here in the state?
The land surveying of geometrics is at the College of Southern Nevada. And it is a land surveying of geometric. It's designed to instill abilities and competence to focus on furthering the development of technicians. Is it in association with a, I'm sorry, one more time?
I know the apprenticeship programs partner with the College of Southern Nevada, and sometimes we set these up so that as they leave that apprenticeship, they have that associates or bachelors. I was wondering if that was a component of one of those programs.
Member Carlton, I want to provide you the correct information, and if I can circle back with you, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's just, as we have our folks graduate, we want to make sure they get the highest certificate and recognition that they can. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Unquestionably, full agree. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that, Member Carlton. That was another hot topic at the regional convening, is apprenticeships and residencies for teachers that are happening across various states. I still left a little confused, if I'm going to be honest, about the difference between a residency and an apprenticeship. Apprenticeship, I think, goes through the Department of Labor requirements. So there's so many hours, you have to have supervision, etc. Residency is a little different. You're paid for it as well, both paid, I believe. I'll have to go back over my notes, but important information for us to think about. There's a lot of money coming from the Department of Labor right now for apprenticeships across the board in the trades and in, some of our more professional areas as well. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none.
Madam President, if I may, if you're interested in learning more about an apprenticeship, I would be happy to reach out to one of my friends and associates that are very involved in those and set something up for you if you would be interested. There is a significant difference between the two, and a lot of folks do get them confused with each other. We've taken apprenticeships for granted for so long. They've been around for so long, but there is definitely a difference between apprenticeship, residencies, work study, internships, and people tend to, as with other terms we discussed earlier, tend to conflate them with each other. So I would be happy to put something together for you if you'd like.
You know what, Member Carlton, I think that would be awesome, and I think we could all benefit from it. If you could put together like a little infographic, maybe just like a little sheet that says this is the difference, like here's the, what happens with each of these, because I think that that's something that obviously not only the education profession could take advantage of, but there's a lot of other folks that are probably having the same confusions that I am. So I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to turn it over now to Superintendent Ebert for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Ortiz, members of the board. For the record, Joan Ebert, State Superintendent of Public Instruction. The department has had a very productive month and continues not only to launch initiatives, projects that were required under the law, but continuing to uplift and strengthening existing components that we have. So first, I would highlight AB 400, which was the department. Well, as we know, we're going to discuss AB 400 later on today as well. There are lots of components in AB 400. The one that I'll lift up this morning is the Department of Education was required to go through the process of developing the application and approving new charter authorizers. So Lisa Ford, our Chief Strategy Officer, helped lead that effort. We're thankful to Opportunity 180. Jana Wilcox was very helpful in providing resources to develop that entire process. Through that process, we had two cities that applied and were approved. The first one is the city of North Las Vegas, and the second one is the city of Henderson. That concludes this year's process. We will have another one next year annually. Our learning from that process is that 30 days is a very short period of time to do all of that work. The support that we had, we looked nationally. Most other entities have anywhere between 60 and 90 days. So we will be making a recommendation through the legislative process to extend that time period a bit so that we can move forward at a nice pace. With that, as Member Keys noted, we did have the community sessions on the Future of Learning Network. We were joined by Tom Vander Ark from Getting Smart. They were great sessions, 2 in Las Vegas, 2 in Reno, very well attended. We had school board members, as mentioned, business partners, students in the sessions as well. So we keep moving that forward. It was really nice to add these last 2 days. Superintendent Else and all of the superintendents were up in Tahoe with the annual conference for Nevada Association of School Superintendents. About 213 people attended, and we spent the entire 2 days speaking and talking future ready learners. What does it look like? Really dove in on the portrait of a learner, competency-based. They had team time to discuss all of the work. So it is really exciting. That work will continue on with our competency-based pilot schools that are going to go out to Ely at the end of July. So we're excited that that work is kicking off as well. The last piece that I'll mention for celebration is last Saturday, LION, which is the Leadership Institute of Nevada, NASA, the Nevada Association of School Administrators, as well as the Nevada Department of Education, lifted up education excellence with doers, drivers, and change makers. So our Pam Teal, who is on the screen right now, who will be presenting to you later on, and Lincoln County School District was nominated for being a driver in education. She has been consistent in lifting up her entire school district, providing supports for her educators, for her administrators, and the entire community. They had the largest growth last year in assessment scores. And she's just a very nice human being on top of all of that. So we were very, very pleased to lift her and Lincoln County School District up this last weekend. And with that, I will close my comments for this morning. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I'll open it up to the team. Anyone have any questions for Superintendent Ebert? Hearing none, I'll go then. Superintendent Ebert, question on charter authorizers. Now that the City of North Las Vegas and City of Henderson are authorized or are approved to be authorizers, the applications would still go through the Charter School Authority, right? So they would be considered the authorizer, and then the charter school authority would be the oversight body, or are we creating another oversight?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that's a great question. It's one that people ask a lot. This is separate of the State Public Charter School Authority. These, under the law, these two institutions are now authorizers equivalent to the State Public Charter School Authority. In statute, the higher education institutions have had that opportunity as well. They have not taken advantage of that opportunity since 2015. So this is the first time that an entity, well, with the change in AB 400, had expanded the opportunity, for another word, to move forward with additional authorizers across our state. So this is separate, long story short, this is separate of SPCSA.
Do you know if, I'm not expecting you to have personally read their applications, but do you know if they are planning on collaborating with the Charter School Authority to ensure that the quality and fiscal responsibility of their charter schools is maintained like the Charter School Authority maintains it?
Yeah, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, yes, they have received support prior to the application. Also have had wonderful conversations with Director McAdon. The State Department of Education, myself, has had conversations with how this will all work moving forward. So we are tightly knit and making sure that we don't miss any I need to find a different word this morning. That we don't miss a path forward for making sure that they launch properly.
Okay. And that they are delivering a quality education and good fiscal stewards of our taxpayer dollars?
100%.
Okay. All right. That makes me
Madam
nervous.
President, this is Member Carlton. If I could follow up briefly, you asked two of the questions that I had.
Okay, please go.
So the next question I would have is, the Public Charter School Authority will not have the direct oversight. Am I to assume that the mayors and city councils of those two governmental agencies will have the oversight of these schools?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, they will have a board that will oversee, and ultimately, yes, it is the mayors, the city themselves as the authorizers.
So they will be authorizing a separate board, or will they be the board?
Yes, on this one, I am going to phone a friend because each school will have its own board. They have their board, and I don't know if our DAG is prepared to answer that detailed question, or if Lisa is.
Good morning, President Ortiz, esteemed members of the board, Lisa Ford for the record. Yes, each city has developed their own mechanisms for boards in order to review all of the charter applications and hold charter schools under their authority to compliance with state statutes.
So to clarify and make sure that those folks that are listening, I apologize, I always like to repeat it in my brain English here. The governmental agency, the mayor and city councils, will be establishing, in essence, their own school boards to oversee charter schools within their jurisdictions.
Lisa Ford for the record, yes, that is correct.
So we will have multiple school boards in Clark County.
Well, there'll be school boards for the charters, for the charter authorizers.
But they will be, in essence, a school board.
Yes.
And not elected, appointed.
Correct.
Okay, so we will have appointed school board members. Okay, just want to make sure you laid out the whole path.
Yeah, and Member Carlton, that's how all of our current charter schools work. They all have their own boards.
And I understand, but this is a little bit different because a governmental agency will be overseeing it ultimately. So the city council and mayors are the ones that will be appointing. So it's just good for parents who have students in these charter schools to know who their actual authority is going to be. So in essence, we will have some independent appointed school boards out there.
Do you have any other questions, Member Carlson?
No, thank you. I think we've made it pretty clear what we're on the path to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, then I will move on to our consent agenda items. I trust that our board members have had ample opportunity to review the consent agenda and support materials. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all materials and request clarification in writing. The questions and subsequent responses are then added to meeting materials and posted for the public prior to the board meeting. Any member may pull an item for discussion, or we can approve them with a single motion. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull for discussion at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will open it up for a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
This is Member Cantu. I would move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Member Hudson, I second.
All in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. At this time, the board will discuss and review the candidates who have applied to serve on the State Public Charter School Authority, which we were just discussing. Their governing board is appointed. 2 of those members are appointed by the State Board of Education. Unlike previous years where we've had a plethora of applicants, this is the first year where we only have 3. But I have to say they all have very impressive resumes, and we're excited to hear more about them. So I will go ahead and open it up for discussion. Does anyone, I personally have a couple of questions for the candidates. I'm going to open it up for the board to discuss the applicants, and then we'll bring up each candidate. I would like to bring up each candidate to have them say a few words if that's okay with the rest of the team.
President Ortiz, this Member Hughes, before we do that, could you just remind folks a little bit more about the 2 appointed positions, what cycle they're on, and then who was in the seat previously, just so we can sort of keep track of the historical?
Yeah, so we appoint a board member every 2 years. This position was previously filled by, why did their name just escape me? Shoot, Superintendent Ebert, help me out. The previously appointed board member was
I think the 2 we've done in the last couple of years maybe was Cindy Rivera and Tanya Holmes Sutton, I think were the 2 most recent, but I don't know what cycle, who's on what.
Yep, so Tanya Holmes Sutton is rolling off. Sorry. Remember, Superintendent Ebert, go ahead.
Yes, Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So this seat is Cindy Rivera's seat that is being filled.
Gotcha. So we might have to for another. So Tanya Holmes Sutton is also running for the NC Board of Regents. So we might have to do another one of these. Okay. So thank you. Cindy Rivera was the current appointee. And so what we've asked the Charter School Authority, specifically the executive director, to do in the past is give us kind of a rundown of who all is currently appointed, what stakeholders they represent, what skill sets they bring to the table, to make sure that the Charter School Authority Board represents not only the community of students that they're serving, but has a wide variety of perspective and knowledge and leadership, thought leadership. Much like our board, we're very lucky in that we have some pretty phenomenal members that are appointed, and so we each bring a little bit of different perspective to the table. We want to replicate that on the Charter School Authority. So did that answer your question, Member Hughes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we proceed? Okay, then I am going to ask each of the candidates to please come up to the dais, and we will take them. We will take some. What I would like to do first is have each one introduce themselves and give us a little bit of their background and why they're interested in the position. And then I'll open it up to the team for questions, and to keep this concise, we'll ask that you limit your responses to like a maximum of 2 minutes per question. So if the candidates could please come forward. I'm just going to go in alphabetical here. We'll start off with Ms. Kruper.
Good morning, Madam President, Natasha Williams Kruper. I am a CCSD graduate from Las Vegas, Nevada. I've lived here most of my life. I currently work for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas as an assistant director for Gear Up, which is a pre-college program. I have worked there for 20 years. I also have just been recently given another title, which is Community Development and Strategic Partnerships. So the goal of objective of Gear Up is to work with outside entities to get more exposure to students in the lower income areas. Currently, we have 9 middle schools and 6 high schools, and I oversee the 4 NG institutions. So we're just getting them to prepare to graduate from high school, provide all the academic support and services, as well as making sure that they go on to the next year, which could be college readiness or professional development. What else? I also am a member of a sorority in which I am the chairperson, which leads Nevada out of the 10 states of the far western region. And I oversee, it's called college admission process. So I work with all students, not just from the lower impoverished areas, but from all academic and walks of life, to make sure they have the mindset and ability to go off to college, providing scholarship resources and community development and engagement with partners such as the Raiders, the ACEs, and things of that nature. So that is me. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to, I want to make sure I get your, Ms. Stern.
Hi. Oh. Okay. Hi, Courtney Stern. I'm currently a strategist at Samara Memorial High School. I just wrapped up my 15th year in education. I'm a second career teacher, so I'm a licensed attorney in California, where I practiced for 8 years, 7 or 8, I lose track, doing business and employment litigation primarily. Transitioned over to being a teacher, never thought I'd stay in education, absolutely fell in love with it. And I'm currently in UNLV's Education Policy and Leadership program. So I am looking to go into school leadership. I have very diverse background in education. I taught in California as well in Nevada, 6th through 12th grade, English, social studies, CTE courses, and elective courses. I've taught at the newcomer, honors, remedial, and AP levels. And here in the state of Nevada, I've been here for 12 years and moved out here with my husband back in 2012 and actually came here through Teach for America, even though I'd had teaching experience. So I've taught in very diverse schools here within Clark County. I've taught at Desert Pines High School. I've taught at Advanced Technologies Academy. I also taught at 2 of our private schools, the Adelson Educational Campus and the Meadows School. And then last year, returned to public education at Samara Memorial High School. I think I answered everything. But as far as why I'm interested in the State Public Charter Authority, I am very interested in making sure that our public funds are supporting our students. I believe in charter schools and the role in innovation that they play within education and also helping to meet the needs of all of our students. I've had the opportunity to see how many different schools are serving students, and I'm excited about the possibilities the charter schools provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Walker.
Hello. Are you guys picking me up? Okay. Okay. Hello, President Ortiz, members of the board. My name is Herbie Walker. I've been a resident in Nevada for the past 20 years. Currently, I am the Director of College Counseling and School Culture at Faith Lutheran Middle and High School, 6 through 12. My role as Director of Culture is an administrative position at the school, primarily handling issues regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've been working in college admissions to some capacity for over 15 years at this point. A little bit about my background. I was part of the turnaround team for the Andre Agassi College Prep Academy back in 2009, where there I worked as their Dean of Students, Director of College Counseling, as well as Assistant Principal of Student Services. Was part of the transition team when Democracy Prep took over the charter, worked closely with those in the background to have that implemented. I also was on the founding team for Cristo Rey St. Viator, which is a private school in North Las Vegas that continues to serve low-income students, essentially as close to tuition-free as possible. My academic background went to the University of Maryland, College Park. I originally studied African Studies, which was governed under the School of Public Policy. I have my master's from UNLV, School of Public Administration, as well as master's in counseling from UCLA. I've also do extensive volunteer work with Leaders in Training, which is a community-based organization that serves primarily low-income students, helping them find their path to college. Been there for like over 12 years volunteering. It's like something I'm really proud of and I love quite a bit. But why I'm here is because, one more thing. I just recently rolled off as board president of the Western Association of College Admissions Counselors, which serves over 4,000 counselors and college admissions representatives in California and Nevada. Was the first president to govern it in the institution 60 years from Nevada. And the reason why I'm here is because I believe in charter schools. I believe in school choice. Working in that field, I've just seen the amount of flexibility that a charter school can have to impact the students directly at that level, as far as liberties, as far as hiring, choosing the best candidates to support the students' populations that they're aimed to serve. So I think the only way education gets better in Nevada is if there's healthy competition, and then that competition is governed accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. I appreciate your intros, and I'm going to turn it over to the board now for questions. Who wants to kick us off? All right, Member Dockweiler, go ahead.
Thank you, President Ortiz. I did the big hand wave to catch your attention. Thank you, candidates, for submitting your materials. Each of you have such impressive and well-rounded skills. I mean, I wish we could take 3. I think that sounds good. Part of what this person will be tasked to do is to govern the K-12 charter, contribute to that. And what I heard a lot from each of you was experience at grades 6 through 12. So I'm wondering if each of you could share a little bit about your experience or knowledge on the other end for the other half of our students in the Charter Authority.
At my time at Andre Agassi Prep, that was a K-12 campus, though I was primarily in the high school side of things. A lot of the decisions that we made was collaborative across campus. So I am familiar with K-5 as well, in the charter school world and private school as well.
Hello, sorry. Natasha Williams here. As for my experience, I have worked in some different type of capacities, working with the elementary as well as pre-K students, serving as a mentor sometimes, as well as providing academic support, whether I'm bringing outside entities in to assist. A lot of times our teachers don't have the CEU's information that they may need in order to progress. So just helping them with other agencies to get that partnership and the additional support. I do not have experience as it relates to working with elementary students, so I will be very candid in that part. But just being able to provide the academic support and materials and resources to bridge that gap in order to make students successful so that they are able to transition onto middle school and help to alleviate all the problems that they have, whether it's socioeconomic, hunger, and any other type of disparities that they do face. So for me, much of my experience do come in the middle, high school, as well as college level.
Courtney Stern. So again, my primary experience is 6 through 12. Last summer, I did serve as a site director at a K through 5 summer program for Teach for America. So I was supervising teachers who were doing K through 5, as well as spending the summer in the classroom, looking at the curriculum and helping them implement that. I've also long-term subbed in elementary school before I went into this. My mother was an elementary school teacher, special ed, so I also grew up with that. But one of my areas of interest is vertical alignment of curriculum. So I have spent a good amount of time looking at K through 5 curriculum when planning 6 through 12 and working with teachers. Part of my leadership, I've been really active as an alumni of Teach for America. So I've planned a lot of trainings and implemented a number of trainings for teachers. So I've worked with teachers from elementary, middle, and high school for helping them with implementation of curriculum and teaching strategies and pedagogy. So while I don't have as much direct experience as you might be looking for, I do have a good amount of experience working with some of those students and then as well with the teachers and understanding what kind of goes into that.
Thank you. Any next board question?
Member Cantu, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. And I wish we could pick all of you, and because you have terrific resumes. So my question is two-part. Most individuals who are kind of in the field we're in are program people. We're out there helping young people and that kind of thing. I'd like to hear a little bit about your knowledge of, finance and accounting, and also your management and leadership style and how that would impact your role on the board.
Natasha Williams Crupper again. As far as my academic background, I have a bachelor's in pre-physical therapy and a master's in business administration with a concentration in health service management. As it relates to my leadership style, I think I'm a democratic leader. I want everyone's opinion. I think it's very important and value everyone's opinion at the table. What I may find that works may not work for a different school site. So I think that's imperative that you allow everyone to have a voice. And see what can and cannot work. Also, I would say that I am a person who does not like to give up. I try different things, and as it relates to work ethics, I kind of hinder myself, I guess I should say, that I like to bring everyone to the table. It doesn't matter what your background is, because I think that students can learn from any and everyone. So right now they are in a world where I call them the microwave babies because they want it fast and fresh and now. And so I just think the exposure is very important. And that's why I think it's very imperative that we work with community people around, just because they don't know what exactly it is that they want to do. So being that person that is in the forefront where I'm working with different people and bringing different experiences to the table, I think this is important, especially when we live in a transient state such as Nevada.
Hello. Hello, Herbie Walker. So my background in finances goes, I'd say every school that I've been a part of, I've worked closely with our school CFO in setting the organizational budget, as well as kind of maintaining and staying within those very firm lines and holding staff accountable to not going too far beyond it. With my recent work at WACAC, we had an annual operating budget of, I believe it was over about $450,000, but we implemented quite a few policies in my tenure there to build up a financial reserve over 7 figures so that our organization can eventually work off of work perpetuity off our investment accounts. That's something that was initiated about 8 years ago, but about 4 years ago we revamped quite a bit of how we're investing, and that organization is in fantastic financial shape, thankfully. And so very comfortable in reviewing budgets and understanding the different costs that would happen at a school, including how much an HVAC system will cost us and how important that is to have maintenance on that line item. So I'm fairly comfortable with that area.
Courtney Stern. So I don't have a lot of direct experience with accounting specifically. As an attorney, like I said, my background with that was primarily in business and employment though. So I did a lot with numbers and going through contracts. Very comfortable going through contracts, understanding numbers, looking at budgets, kind of sourcing out where money was that people said didn't exist, or figuring out whether money was being spent where it was supposed to be spent. There are a lot of lawsuits that happen around what's happening with spending or what people say they're doing with it. So spent a lot of time going through accounting related things. I have worked in fundraising and done fundraising, but did not directly work with the budget, but kind of understanding the needs of the organizations. I worked for the Los Angeles Opera and the Walt Disney Concert Hall. So was part of doing fundraising for them to help make sure that they were meeting their funding budgets. And I'm confident in my ability to kind of tackle anything that we're looking at. So I'm very committed to whatever it is that we are trying to accomplish. I will get the background knowledge. But the other experience that I have with that is as the leader of the Law and Policy program at the Adelson Educational Campus. So I led that program, created it from scratch, ground up, for 6 through 12. And part of my job in that was actually creating a 5-year strategic plan for the program with a budget. So I had to create a 5-year budget for them for a proposal so that they can consider whether it was something they actually would be able to fund. That included some architectural plans for potentially adding a courtroom to the building, as well as figuring out travel and all of the other associated costs. Ultimately, we did not move forward with that, so I didn't have the opportunity to implement that budget. But where that plays into my leadership style, I definitely consider myself somebody who believes in distributed leadership. I think that when we can leverage people's strengths, that becomes really important. So that means like understanding who's on your team, inviting in those people who are able to fill in the gaps because nobody knows everything. And also though, making sure that we're being efficient and effective. Time is our most valuable resource. So I consider myself somebody who is really structured and purposeful with what I'm doing with my time. And so I think the other way that we get really strong results is when we have really clear objectives that we're trying to meet. I think that also plays into what we're doing with budgeting. I think the way to reach an effective budget is to really understand what you're trying to accomplish so that you can allocate your funds appropriately to meet those goals.
Thank you. Next question.
Member Hughes. Thank you again all for being here and for raising your hands for public service, especially for a volunteer position. When y'all have full-time roles, we can all appreciate that on this board. So I would love to know, what do you think the biggest challenges facing charters in Nevada are right now? And how would you help to address these challenges if given the opportunity to serve on the board?
Natasha Williams. I think one of the biggest challenges is absenteeism. Currently, especially in the the north, south, as well as east areas where the demographics are a little impoverished. A lot of times that is what our big key issue is the absenteeism, and then followed by parent involvement or engagement, I should say. One of the things that I would want to do is collaborate with the Department of Family Support Services, with Clark County. Currently, right now, we're implementing a program that will set to take off this academic school year, 2024-2025, just working to assist with that department to help with the absenteeism. So is that going door to door, making phone calls, doing health checks on to where kids are located? I think that's imperative right now because I know there is not a lot of educators right now. A lot of people are trying to take the alternative route out of teaching. And so I think that support is very important. Classrooms are overpopulated. That is another key issue that I see. And a lot of times the teachers don't have the necessary resources and the support. So I think that would be where the real key issue is trying to bring the kids to school and see what is the issue or the underlying problem as to why they're not coming.
Courtney Stern. So I agree that absenteeism is certainly a problem. I think that's something that is a problem at the national level. So specific to our charter schools here in Nevada, what I see as one of the most pressing problems is enrollment. I know that a number of our charter schools are struggling to meet their PERS obligations in what they're depositing into the PERS accounts. And that comes from under enrollment, which given the state of education here in Nevada and the things that we're trying to do, means that families are not taking advantage of the opportunities that our charter schools are providing. I think we have a number of charter schools that have wonderful opportunities, and the fact that they are under enrolled tells me that probably family awareness is one of the key things that we need to work on, and how our schools are actually marketing themselves to families and the efforts that they're making to engage with the community to meet the purpose for which they were set up. So our charter schools exist for a specific reason to meet those needs. And if parents are not aware of how the schools are able to do that, then they aren't going to enroll their kids. If they're not enrolling their kids, the charter schools are not going to flourish. And so I think that as the authorizing agency, one of the things we need to make sure is that our schools are actually fulfilling the purpose for which we are authorizing them, and that requires them to be in the community and get those families there. I do think that if our families are more invested, that also will help with some of the absenteeism. Ideally, we should see better absenteeism rates within our charter schools, schools of choice, than within our public schools, although I would love to see absenteeism improve across the board for our state.
Herbie Walker. So I really feel one of the biggest issues, not to minimize absenteeism at all whatsoever, is leadership within charter schools. In my experience in education, I've worked with and seen far too many charter schools leadership that come from out of state that doesn't truly understand Nevada, let alone Las Vegas. They think what works in Detroit will work in Vegas, what works in Miami will work in Vegas, what works in Atlanta will work in Vegas, not at all. And there needs to be some very clear and reasonable expectations of these charter school leaders and their CMOs that bring them to Vegas Nevada, because there is talented people here that in our state that's homegrown that want to lead these schools. And if I were to propose solutions, is one is to heavily encourage those charter management organizations to hire from within the state. Two, also maybe implement some proper onboarding that if someone is coming from out of state doesn't necessarily truly understand our culture or our three-shift system here and just our economy, just so that they can better connect to the kids here, because our kids they're kids of working class parents that work night shift, construction, laying fiber, working at the casino. It's very different than where I came from in DC, right? So that's something that I think needs to really be addressed, is the leadership and onboarding of that leadership in charter schools.
Thank you. Next question.
So my question is, I don't know if someone else. All right. Students across the state don't know how to get involved in advocating for themselves in education. What are your plans to hear these student voices, and what do you do right now in your daily life with your job to hear student voices and implement their opinions in your work?
So my current role is as a learning strategist. So then I started that last year. So I primarily work with teachers right now, but obviously the role of teachers is to make sure that they are engaging students. So that's been a focus of my work in coaching teachers to work on the student engagement piece, which encourages them to really look at what are the student needs so that they can meet those needs and have students participate and be more successful. But over my 14 years as a classroom teacher, that was a huge focus of mine, was getting students to understand the power that education holds and look for the ways to empower themselves. So encouraging students to get involved in things like the Nevada Youth Legislature and other organizations and opportunities that provided them with opportunities to have a voice and to speak up, to look for volunteers, for internship opportunities that they had, and to not be afraid of adults. I coach speech and debate. So I also ran our journalism program. And so I also ran a theater program, ran a law program, coached mock trial. So really, I think it's making sure that students are getting the education they need to learn how to speak up and understand that education is something that is for them. I think the more that we communicate that to students, the more that they feel empowered, that education is something for them, not something we're doing to them as adults. And I think that the way we structure those conversations and bring students in, I believe in surveying kids to get feedback from them. So I think things like the Panorama survey, where we're getting results from our families and getting results from our students about how they feel about schools, becomes something that's really important, that we're actually looking at that data. And so yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Herbie Walker, I would say that not knowing exactly what already exists in the process to give students a voice, I think having a line item in every board meeting that's specifically stated for not just public comment, but public comment from students in the area could go a long way and makes it easier to advertise to the schools as a whole. So we put the word out to the charter schools that, hey, there is a slot item for students to bring their concerns. If they want to come to their advisor or their parent, they have a very direct, easy place to be plugged into the agenda, that they don't necessarily have to figure out the process, because I think that can be intimidating for most students. And then as well, just partnering, again, like Nevada Youth Legislator and some of the other public speaking organizations to kind of get that word out, that an option like that does exist for them, I think could work.
Natasha Williams-Crupper here as well. For me, it is, I've overseen so many ambassador and leadership programs within the schools that I was assigned. I think it's important to create an e-board to allow to know, so that they know what different seat is open and how to run that seat, to give them some type of exposure and hands-on skills. I think it's important that we do bring in, or we do collaborate with our government officials so that they are able to go to the state, so that they're able to sit into a board meeting and see how it's ran. Also, Toastmasters, I am a Toastmasters person. And so I think it's imperative for students to understand how to speak. And a lot of times they don't know how to speak well, or they're afraid to speak, which is a big fear of a lot of people. So I think to give them that type of exposure, as well as having it in their resume so that they're able to advocate for themselves, because a lot of times they're afraid of whatever the circumstance or whatever problem that is arise, that they don't have that necessary tool, or they don't have the confidence to speak up for themselves. I also worked with a lot of students and teachers when it came to debate and mock trials and things of that nature too as well. And currently working for UNLV, I am a part of the Gear Up Ambassador Program. Not sure if you're familiar with Gear Up, but it's gaining early awareness readiness for undergraduate programs. And we assist students in getting the exposure of not only traveling, but like I said earlier, the College Career Readiness Program. Nevada, especially UNLV, we are the first we are the leading Gear Up program. We receive $40 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Education, where we do put on summer programs. Like now, we currently have a summer program going on at UNLV, where I bring in outside entities, community partners, and leaders to talk to the students so that they have a direction of knowing where to go and how to start and how to get there. Because a lot of times our parents or their parents don't have the necessary tools, or they're the first ones in their family to go to college. So I like to make sure that they have that knowledge and exposure so that they don't find themselves limited and limitless in pursuing what it is that they want to do.
Great question, Member Keys. Do we have any other questions from the board?
President Ortiz, I have a question.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
All
That's
right.
me. So, Mr. Walker, you made a comment about school choice and being in favor of school choice. That can mean a lot of different things. So I wanted to ask the candidates about their views on school choice and how far that would go in terms of charter, non-charter, and everything else.
Yeah, so always been a big proponent of school choice. I've just seen the positive impact it had on students. Outside of charter schools, I am supportive of opportunity scholarships as well, where students can take some funding to attend a private school if they choose to, and also just kind of the overall themes that a charter school or private school could have that can gear specifically for students who's maybe into performing arts, into policy and law, maybe some students who just need longer school days. Education, not a one-size-fits-all solution, and that's one of the big reasons that that I believe in school choice. I feel that some schools have gotten too large to manage effectively, and that we're seeing the results in the output of data, student with the graduation numbers falling, academic performance falling, and I think charters and privates and even microschooling could be a solution for that.
Sorry, Natasha Williams-Crupper here. As it relates to school choice, I do believe that students and families should have an opportunity to decide where they want to go. However, what I'm seeing, I do not work in a charter school, but what I have seen is that a lot of times the students that do not speak English don't have the proper tools and be successful in a classroom. Currently, the classrooms are overfilled, overpopulated, and the students aren't getting the necessary tools to be successful. To me, it looks like a lot of them are being pushed through the system and not being supported through the system. And what I mean by that is that you have students that don't speak English and the teachers don't speak English. And what I'm noticing is that their peers are having to translate for them. Therefore, they're not getting the necessary tools and being efficient and effective as a student. And so I think if the school choice is an option to go, that we need to have some more support within the schools, whether it's hire more ELL administrators, teachers, and things of that nature, because I don't feel that it's fair to the students to have to translate. As far as it comes to athletics, I know a lot of schools are heavy involved in athletics, and so in magnet schools as well. And so a lot of times these schools are being filled with students that are not necessarily the right fit for that school or that right program. And so I've noticed that like their GPAs are like at a 1.2. When you're a magnet student, you should be selected and being able to still continue to provide as well as serve in that role as the magnet student that you are. And if they fall short, then I do feel that they should be able to have to go back to their home school, because that space is now being taken up for someone who maybe not be ready at that time, but still maybe come back at another later date. So for me, it's all about resources and being able to support those that are having limitless when it comes to like the English learning and things of that nature. I don't think it's fair.
So to me, school choice means that families should have access to schools that are designed to meet the needs of their students. I'm not a believer in vouchers for private schools. I think private schools are businesses that should run as businesses. I think it's great when they can provide scholarships to students, but I'm a believer in public education. So to me, school choice means choice within public education, that we have a diversity of schools that are designed to meet the needs of all the students that we have. In a state as big as Nevada, and in Lake Clark County School District, which is the 5th largest school district in the country, recognizing that as the 5th largest school district in the country, that we are going to have students with many, many different needs, and that we have students up north whose needs might look very different as well to our students who are here within an urban community. And charter schools provide that opportunity for us to have schools that are meeting those needs in ways that public schools cannot. So for example, I know that we have a new charter school coming that's going to be a boarding school. That's not something a public school, a regular public school, could ever provide to students. The fact that we have the opportunity to do that within a charter school is one of those innovative ways to meet needs of students that I think is important. And so that's a choice that a parent can make to be able to provide their student with an educational setting that is best for their child should they decide that that's what they need. It also allows for different focuses. So we have charter schools that are female focused, like the Young Women's Leadership Academy, and other charter schools that are designed to meet particular communities. So that's what school choice means to me.
Thank you all. Okay, so I'm going to ask one that is a little near and dear to my heart. Education is a passion for most of us, and as Member Hughes mentioned, we all volunteer to do this because we care. So I would love to know what your why is. Why did you decide to step up, and what made you make the decision to fill out the application to be part of the board?
Herbie Walker. The reason why I stepped up to apply is because of over 15 years experience of school leadership on the ground at the charter school and private school level. It was Advocacy Prep was a CCSD charter, Democracy Prep was an independent charter, Cristo Rey was a low-income private school, Faith Lutheran is a catch-all private school. So being on the ground day to day, working with parents, working with students, I know what it takes to make a school effective and all the tough decisions that has to be made constantly all day. And now that I'm I just rolled off the board for WACAC, I want to share this knowledge with those that are coming here to try to educate our students. My kids grow up here in Las Vegas. They attend private school. I'm active at their school board as well. My friends and family, I advocate for their students at their schools. As a counselor, I'll go to those meetings and meet with their principals. So I care about the kids here. I want them to do well. I want Nevadans to do well. And there's so much opportunity in this state for them, and we can serve them better. So my passion for this really has to do with just seeing my passion for this is this convergence of my life experience as well as my academic experience, working in public policy, public administration, to kind of help create these academic institutions that are going to benefit all of our students.
Natasha Williams Crupper here. For me, I just have a passion. I've always had a passion for students, or kids, I should say. I don't physically have kids, so that is I look to them to see the smiles on their face day to day. Being a DACA student, my parents are not American. My mother's Jamaican and my dad is British. So not knowing exactly where to go and how to get there has been something that I have gravitated towards so many students, especially with Las Vegas now being so heavily populated with our Hispanic, Latinx, Latino population. And a lot of times they just want to come to school, learn the English, and then go and work on their family business. And I'd like to see that they all have a seat and a voice at the table. A lot of times when I go in spaces, I am the only one that looks like myself. And I think it's important that they understand that I'm going to be honest and candid, that, there's a seat at the table for any and everybody. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter, your exteriors or interiors. We're all the same at the end of the day. We just look a little different. And so to me, that's what holds dear to my heart. Just to see that they've done it and they've crossed the stage, which is big to me. That is why I do what I do, not only for work, but I do it outside of work. And just when they have families and they grow up. So again, for me, it's the void that I guess that I get from working with students every day, all day. And I just love the passion to serve. And so that's why.
Courtney Stern. So I am first generation American on my dad's side. I grew up in poverty, and education is one of the most powerful tools that we have in a democratic society to maintain democracy. Education is what gives people a voice and an opportunity to participate actively, to do something. become something. And I always say that I never thought, I told you guys I didn't think I'd stay in education. It's a terrible way to make money. It really is. Law was much more lucrative. This is actually, last year was the first year that I was making as much as a teacher as I did as a 22-year-old lawyer. I graduated law school very young, was one of the youngest attorneys in the state of California. But I believe in what education does. I believe that our schools provide the opportunity for our society to be a better society. And I believe that charter schools are an important piece of that. I know that there's a lot of criticism for charter schools, just as there are for public schools. But I believe in being part of the solution. I consider myself a solution-oriented person. And I think that if there's something we don't like or that's not working well, that it's our responsibility to try to make it better. And so I don't think our charter schools are perfect. I don't think they're operating as well as they could be. I don't think our public schools are doing the best they can. And that's why I'm stepping up into leadership for schools. I considered opening a charter school, but I believe also in understanding the landscape of what exists before throwing in my hat and saying I can do better. And so while I think we collectively can do better, I want to be a part of that so that our state can be the best that it can. So sorry.
Thank you. And I know we have a question out there from member Else.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's willingness to serve. I know it's quite a time commitment and a very big, a big undertaking. We hear a lot. I feel like education gets beat up a lot. We hear a lot of the negatives in the media. On a nationwide front, I think that we're under fire frequently. So with that, all of that scenario, what would you feel is our biggest opportunity right now in the current state of Nevada for improving K-12 education?
Courtney Stern, the desire. I think that we are a plucky state. We are a state of people who want to get things done. We are a state of really bold people who are willing to embrace innovation. We are a state that is not afraid to be non-traditional, to be different, to ask questions. And I think that is one of our great strengths, is that people want to do better and they're willing to try things and they're willing to speak up. So I think the fact that we have people who are willing to be critical is a strength because it tells us that they care. And so I think that's something we can leverage.
I'd say, I think of the opportunity, I think of just the growth of the state, Las Vegas in particular, that more and more people are still coming. I've been here almost 20 years. I thought the growth would slow down, hasn't at all. And so where I see the opportunity is that there's a really great opportunity for us to create systems for the charter schools and all schools in general, so that we could be less reactive and be more proactive. Like we know that we're growing. We know what kind of population is coming to the school. We know how many students are going to be ELL, right? We can do much better to prepare so that 10 years from now, we're less responsive to sudden changes. We can say, no, we had these systems in place. We have these schools in place that are going to address various communities, and that way we're not doing knee-jerk responses to the growth and to the new student body that's going to be coming down the pipe.
Natasha Williams Crupper. For me, I think it is the transient state that we live in. The opportunities are endless for all students, especially our students who have disabilities. I see a lot of times at corporations such as Opportunity Village, such as I know UNLV's Dining Commons, they work with a lot of students who are not intellectually sound, so they have some type of disabilities, And I think that's important that those students aren't being left out of the mindset of how fast and how transit Las Vegas is growing. I love the fact that as a state, especially as a city, that we keep bringing more and more jobs here and opportunities for students to learn and get hands-on experience. I think it's very beneficial with our unions as well as our convention centers and things of that nature, that they provide programs, whether it's through the summer or during the academic school year, like SEMA and things of that nature, that they come here and they create a week-long learning opportunity for these students to be a part of, so that these are, a lot of times these careers are going unnoticed and students don't know about it. Just like, me growing up, I never would have thought IT would have been as booming as it is now. And so I think that they have more exposure and more opportunities that allows them to open up their mindset and see that there is a bigger picture outside of just not going to school, or maybe just what they hear, such as doctors, lawyers, and things of that nature. That now these students are, creating their own jobs. They're more entrepreneurs, especially with social media. They're starting to see that they're starting to create their own jobs, so that they have the necessary tools that when it's time to go, they're ready.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the board? Okay, what I'm going to do is let's take a 5-minute convenience break. What I would ask board members to do is to please be prepared to rank the candidates as in your first, second, and third choice. And I'm going to go round robin to every single board member, even if you're non-voting, as the initial pass to get us and see where we're at. And then based on that tally, we will determine whether we're ready to make a motion to approve an individual candidate. So Okay, team, I'm going to bring us back together. For the folks up north and the folks on the meeting, one of our candidates apparently had an allergic reaction and is potentially going to be making a trip to the ER. So thank you for whoever had an EpiPen handy and for taking charge of this incident. We appreciate you. And to Ms. Stern, please, I hope you're okay, and please keep us posted on your status. I am debating how I want to move forward. This is pretty unprecedented for us, and I don't feel like it's the right time to call for a vote. Any opinions from the team? You guys who are present? I don't.
President Ortiz, there's been a question about whether or not there's a time constraint on when we need to have this voted by.
Superintendent Ebert, is there a time constraint?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, it is July 1st. What I would offer, if you are looking for some options, one of the things you could do is table the item, and then we could have a one-item board meeting. We've done that before. It can be virtual, to meet that deadline. That is one option that I would offer at this moment in time if you decide not to move forward.
Okay. I hate to, we have so much good, fresh information in our minds.
Member Ortiz, should we maybe at a minimum table until potentially later in this meeting just to ensure that everything's okay and sort of can monitor?
Yep, you're reading my mind, Member Hughes. So I'm going to table the vote until a later, or at least the tallying of the votes until a later agenda item, and basically put this item on hold. And we will move on to item number 8. So next up, the board will hear a presentation from Kathleen Gallen-Collins and Assistant Director Annabelle Sanchez, I think. Education program professionals from the Office of Educator Development. Annabelle, please tell me if I got your name wrong.
I'm so sorry. Excuse me, President Ortiz. This is Member Hudson. Do you want the candidates to stay until we vote? So do you want them to, the remaining 2 candidates just to stay for the remaining of the meeting until we cast our votes? Just to make sure.
They do not need to stay. That is completely up to them.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So I will ask Assistant Director Collins and Ms. Sanchez to please come up to the table. I hear you guys have had a plethora of meetings about this, and I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you very much, President Ortiz. Kathleen Gallen-Collins, for the record, Assistant Director for the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement. And I'll let my colleague here introduce herself, and I'm going to let her take the show on the road here.
Good morning, President Ortiz, Vice President Dockweiler, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Annabelle Sanchez, Education Programs Professional in the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement. As you already know, I'm joined today by Assistant Director Kathleen Gallen-Collins. I am before the board today because it is our favorite time when we ask for scholarship requests for fiscal year 25, specifically for the Teach Nevada Scholarship, the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship, and the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grants. This agenda item aligns with the Strategic Improvement Plan Goal 2, which is all students have access to effective educators. Next slide, please. Allow me to first inform you of the most awarded scholarship, which is the Teach Nevada Scholarship. This scholarship is for students enrolled in an educator preparation program who are pursuing initial licensure. Next slide, please. This slide lists the available funding for the Teach in Nevada Scholarship Grant. We have a fiscal year 25 allocation of $2,407,861. Additional funding of $3,208,23, giving us an anticipated total of $5,615,884 to allocate. Next slide, please. This table lists the requested scholarship amounts by provider. The total amount requested is not what our providers actually receive. They receive 75% to allocate in scholarship amounts. And this assists students as they are currently enrolled in their education preparation programs. The remaining 25% is retained by the state, and that is given to the recipients once they have been in the classroom for 5 years upon completion of their program. This helps promote teacher retention. Next slide, please. A common effect after applications are due, as you may know, is that there are more requests made than available funds. To ensure our providers have the necessary funds at the beginning of the semester, we take the amounts requested and reduce it by a percentage. This table shows the amounts reduced by approximately 8%. Next slide, please. In applying those reductions, we have a recommended total of $5,615,809.89. Next slide, please. If it pleases the board, the department suggests a possible motion of reducing the dollar amount for each institution. I will pause here.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Do we have any questions from the board? If not, I will open it up for a motion.
This is Member Cantu. Yeah, my question was, as I looked at the list of institutions that are awarding scholarships, yeah, most of them are public entities, whether it's CCSD or NSHE schools, but there are also institutions like WGU. I was just curious about, you know, how WGU is part of it, and is it possible to include other private institutions as well?
Thank you. Annabelle Sanchez for the record. Yes, WGU has been, I want to say, for quite a few years, part of our providers list. My understanding is that any institution that serves students in the state of Nevada is applicable. When we send out applications, we usually keep them in mind.
Thank you.
And they have to have an approved ed prep program as well.
Madam Chair, if it's appropriate and not too premature, I would move that we, you know, accept as requested here this motion.
I would second that. Member Else.
Okay, any discussion?
President Ortiz, this is Vice President Dockweiler. I will recuse myself from all three of these items as a professor at Nevada State University in the School of Education. That I will recuse myself from those votes.
Okay, thank you, Member Dockweiler.
Member Hughes, I will also be recusing on this one.
Okay, Member Hughes. Hang on, I need to do math. Okay, I think we still have quorum. Okay, I will open it up for a vote then. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed? And abstentions are Member Hughes and Member Dockweiler, for the record. Motion passes. Please proceed, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you. Annabelle Sanchez for the record. Continuing with the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship. Its purpose is to provide scholarships to service to in-service educators that are currently enrolled in a master's program in education or a related field. Next slide, please. This slide lists the available funding for the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship Grant. We have a fiscal year 25 allocation of $2 million. Next slide. This table lists the requested amounts by providers. The Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship is structured similarly to the Teach Nevada Scholarship, where 75% of the funds are allocated to assist educators that are enrolled in their master's program. The remaining 25% is retained by the states until recipients have maintained employment as a teacher in a public school for 3 years upon completion of their program. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, our providers are in need of these funds at the beginning of the semester, and to accommodate for this need, we reduce these amounts by approximately 9.4%. Next slide. In applying those reductions, we have a recommended total of $1,998,970.48. Next slide. The department suggests a possible motion of reducing the dollar amount for each institution. I will pause here again.
Any questions? Can you go back one slide, please? Just so that we can see the final.
Madam President, this is Member Carlton. I do have a question. If you could go back a couple of slides to the amount of students versus the request. I think one more back. Okay. So I'm just trying to wrap my brain around the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, 105 students, $1,009,000. Nevada, Reno, 307 students, $798,000. That doesn't quite work. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers and the numbers of students. Can you explain the variable in that? Are these partial scholarships for those students, or?
It's based on tuition for each institution. So what you see in that slide is the amounts that have been requested by each of those institutions. So for example, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas is requesting for 105 students, and then based on what they gave included in their application, the total amount they would need would be the $1,968,750, and the same for the University of Nevada, Reno, where they're requesting for 307 students, and the amount they would need is $798,200. Now, that could also be because they might have other funds that they're using for these particular students in the master's program, and they might not necessarily need that much funding from us in the state, so that could make the amounts vary a little bit.
Thank you. I'm always trying to be cognizant of that north-south, you know.
Exactly.
So just wanted to make sure that, you know, when you see 307 and that distinct number, much lower financial support number, you got to wonder why. Okay. All right. Thank you. And so every institution will take the same cut?
Yes, they will. Okay. That's, I believe, the next slide where it shows how much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Member Carlton. That was a great question. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, then I will open it up for a motion to approve.
Member Hudson, I motion to approve the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship balances.
And a second.
And second, Member Carlton.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions are Member Hughes and Member Dockweiler. For the record, motion carries. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. The Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant is our last grant presented today. It is essential to our educators as it provides scholarships and stipends during student teaching. These stipends, as you may know, help ease the financial burden that future educators often face as they complete their Ed Prep program. And to clarify, this grant is different from the Teach Nevada Scholarship because it is applicable to educators at the end of their education preparation program. Next slide, please. This slide lists the available funding for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant. We have a fiscal year 25 allocation of $6,791,977, possible Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation funding of $2,436,623, giving us an anticipated total of $9,228,600 to allocate. Next slide, please. This table lists the requested amounts by provider. Next slide. For the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching grant, we reduced the requested amount by 26.4%. That's without implementation of the DETR funds, as those funds are pending. Next slide, please. In applying those reductions without the DETR funds, we have a recommended total of $6,791,326.74. Next slide. If it pleases the board, the department suggests the possible motion of reducing the dollar amount for each institution by 26%. Pending additional funds from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. The State Board moved to approve full funding for the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching awards without reductions. I will have a pause here.
Member Hughes.
Yeah, Member Hughes, go ahead. We're probably going to ask.
A question. I think this one is, I don't need to recuse, so I think I'm good to ask the question on this one. Can you explain, I think I love the thinking about sort of what are all the barriers and how do we address those financial barriers for teacher candidates. Can candidates double dip between Teach Nevada Scholarship and this if the institution allows that? Like, because it would be general tuition, but then the last portion of their credits would be student teaching. Is that, so it's like could be overlapping candidates when we look at the number of people, is that right?
Annabelle Sanchez, ND for the record. Yes, you are correct. We often have a lot of our providers who have candidates in multiple scholarships. They usually start with the Teach Nevada Scholarship at the beginning of the candidate's Ed Prep program and then receive funds for IPT towards the end.
I also had a question. When will we know if the funding is coming from DETR?
Annabelle Sanchez for the record. We actually are very close to closing the deal with DETR. I believe Director Brisky has been working with them quite closely, and he is currently on leave, but he was very close to receiving these funds and has been providing DETR the information as requested.
Okay, so then it would behoove us to do the full motion in order to ensure that those funds can be distributed when received, being optimistic, not if, and it can be distributed to the institutions accordingly. Correct. Okay, I got nods. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, this is Member Cantu. My question would be, in exchange for this scholarship, what sort of teaching commitment are the individuals for these different scholarships making to teach in Nevada institutions?
Annabelle Sanchez for the record. The commitment we often use is what was stated earlier, where we are using the Teach Nevada Scholarship as a retention tool. Not only do they receive funds now that cover tuition and materials and other costs, but they are required to receive that additional 25% by teaching here in the state for 5 years. And they have to go and apply after that 5 years. We have a whole system where we check if they've worked in a Nevada school. We check if they've been in either Title I or underperforming school and are meeting the regulations for that. And then, so that's with the Teach Nevada Scholarship, the incentivizing pathways to teaching. It's basically the way we assist most of the candidates with that one is they are receiving that additional funding that they need to cover any expenses. They can use it in any way they would like with the stipend specifically. Of course, some of them also need tuition assistance, and they are able to use it for these for fees and materials as well. And then for the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship, it's structured similarly to the Teach Nevada Scholarship. We're using it as a retention tool to keep educators in the classroom because after 3 years of completion of their program, they can go ahead and apply for that additional 25%. Mm-hmm.
So a little point of clarification, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the incentivizing pathways to teaching scholarship stipends were intended to supplement economically the teachers that are doing student teaching, because student teaching is an unpaid position. So what we were doing was losing a lot of teacher candidates, education candidates, because they couldn't afford to do the student teaching and not work. It has also been a pathway that our professional, what are they called? Paraprofessionals, I was trying to use the right term, have been taking advantage of, because they oftentimes can do the student teaching in the school where they're working already, and it ensures that they're continuing to get paid and earn a paycheck. So I think I might be mixing two programs there, Kathleen, but you'll have to let me know if I did. But I think this is basically filling a gap that had been missing in the past. So we would get them all the way through their teacher prep program. They would have to do student teaching, and they'd go, oh no, I can't afford to buy groceries now because I'm not getting paid while I'm doing this. And so this incentivizing pathways kind of fills that gap. Did I say that correctly, ladies?
Annabelle Sanchez, for the record, yes, you are correct, President Ortiz. That is exactly the purpose and how the incentivizing pathways to teaching stipends are mostly used. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I will open it up for any other questions or a motion to approve.
This is Member Cantu. I'd like to go ahead and move that the State Board approve incentivizing pathways to teaching awards by reducing the total amount by 26%, and pending additional funding from DETR, the State Board moves to approve full funding for incentivizing pathways for teaching awards without reductions.
Perfect, thank you. I'll take a second.
Member Hudson second. Member Hudson second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? I see Member Dockweiler only on this one, right?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you, ladies. Let's get that money out there and get some more teachers.
Well done. Good presentation.
Yeah, love it.
Thank you.
Before I move on to the next item, I would love if somebody could please check on the status of our candidate and text me and let me know if you find out how she's doing. I think her phone number was on the resume. So
yeah, Member Hudson, I'm just waiting for her to reply back.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Member Hudson. I love that you're already all on top of it. Okay. Next up, Assistant Director Collins, don't go far. We'll hear a presentation from Kathleen Gallen Collins, Assistant Director, Catherine Hoyt, Education Programs Professional from the Office of Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement, and Dr. Pam Steele, the Vice Chair of the Teachers and Leaders Council, I will say that correctly, regarding the proposed redesign of the Nevada Education Performance Framework, teacher and school administrator rubrics. I have a pretty good feeling that you all are going to have a plethora of support on this particular item, so please proceed.
Kathleen Gallen Collins, for the record, Nevada Department of Education Assistant Director for the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement. And yes, I would say that we have a plethora of support for this particular item. We have Superintendent Pam Teal from Lincoln County. She is the Vice Chair of the Teachers Leaders Council, and she can introduce herself as well. And then joining me here is, I think first time before the State Board, our new Education Program Professional for our NEPF work, Kathy Hoyt. So go ahead and take it away, ladies.
Good morning, Superintendent Ebert, President Ortiz, and members of the board. Joining me today, as we said, is Kathleen Gallen Collins, the Assistant Director of the Ed Life Department at NDE, and the fabulous Superintendent of Lincoln County, Pam Teal. Want to make sure that Pam is hooked into our meeting. So our presentation today is stemming from a recommendation of the Teachers and Leaders Council proposing an update to the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, known as the NEPF. We are proposing updates to the instructional practice and the professional responsibilities rubrics for teachers and school administrators. And today is an opportunity for the State Board of Education members to potentially vote to adopt the redesigned rubrics as new materials for the 2025-26 school year, replacing the current rubrics. Move on to the next slide and the next one. So in alignment with this step in Goal 2, a redesign of the NEPF would streamline the NEPF to a more concise view and an updated scoring system. And our hope is to give back valuable time to our evaluators and our educators, focusing on feedback and professional development, truly implementing the NEPF as an educator support system. So the rubrics have remained consistent since their creation in 2013. The NEPF Monitoring for Continuous Improvement surveys, which are collected annually from every district in the state, known as MCI. The last year of surveys from 2023 has indicated general disagreement about the time spent on the NEPF evaluation cycle for each teacher, saying that it was marginally unreasonable, and that the addition of a class size adjustment on the summative evaluation for eligible teachers took too much time to complete. And overall, just to note that class size adjustment formula impacted less than 2% of teachers' final evaluation score for the state. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Pam Teal.
Good morning, Vice Chair of the TLC, Superintendent Lincoln County School District, Pam Teal for the record. I'm happy to be here to support this today. We're the original NEPF. Yep, we're on the right slide, we're good. The original NEPF rubrics consisted of standards and indicators for the instructional practice and the professional responsibilities, and included evidence sources, description notes, and an indicator and detailed performance levels for each of the scores, 1 to 4, for the indicator. The first page is an overview of all the instructional practices and standards and the indicators. Next slide. So there across the top, you've got the standards and then the indicators in each one. Each rubric contains a page for each indicator and the evidence sources and descriptive notes for each. Next, are we already on the next slide? There we go. Each rubric contains a page of in-depth performance level descriptors for each indicator describing the levels from 1 to 4. 10 standards, 34 indicators make up the teacher rubrics, instructional practice, and professional responsibilities. They combine teacher rubrics, are 24 pages long. Let's see, part of our goal for the redesign is to reduce the amount of time it takes to complete each cycle. We wanted to give time for the evaluators to have evaluation time to evaluate and use the focus on the importance of the conversations, the feedback, and providing the support to strengthen the skills, which was their original intent of this being a growth mechanism as an evaluation tool. So next slide, I think. The redesign does not alter the original intentions of the NEDF as a developmental tool and does not compromise the original vision, intent, and rigor of the system. It streamlines the NEPF, consolidating the document for accessibility and a reduction of time spent on implementation. The proposed NEPF redesign does not alter the standards, but does integrate the indicators and descriptors to demonstrate a deeper connection to the standard itself. The indicators will no longer be scored individually, but be part of the score for the standard itself. Next slide. The concise view eliminates extra verbiage, consolidates the page down to 11, and provides the keyword glossary for each performance level. It allows for a single source of evidence to be applied to multiple descriptors within the standard. While this has always been allowed for multiple indicators, it has not always been followed by some LEAs. The redesign highlights this practice as it's laid out. Next slide. The descriptors have been combined with the performance levels so that there are 4 levels of performance per standard instead of per indicator. The same approach was utilized in the school administrator standards and rubrics as well. I think I'm turning it back over to Kathy.
Thank you, Pam. Kathy Hoyt for the record. So NRS 391-465, it requires that post-probationary teachers that are responsible for a number of pupils which exceeds the State Board of Education's recommended ratio of pupils per NRS 388-890, which is in kindergarten through 5th grade classrooms, it's 15 students per classroom. And in 4th through 12th grade levels, it is 25 students per classroom. And whose evaluation is designated as effective or highly effective, they are eligible to receive an additional weight for certain criteria towards their summative evaluation score. So additional weighting currently, it applies to specific standards and indicators of the NEPF, which is in IPS Practice Standards 2.1, 3.1, and 3.4. And in professional responsibility standards, all of Standard 4 and all of Standard 5. And this is what is shown currently in our NEPF protocols. There are teachers who do not qualify for the class size adjustment, and that would be teachers who teach band, choir, and orchestra teachers, teachers who teach grade levels other than K through 12, and teachers who do not provide direct, regular instruction to students. Go to the next one. So the images that you're looking at right there are the summative evaluation tools for teachers. We wanted you to see the difference between the current tool kind of versus the redesigned tool that we are recommending. So the image on the left is showing the current scoring practice that requires a 1 through 4 performance level assigned to each indicator for each standard, which are then averaged to calculate the score for each standard. Evaluating administrators must include 34 separate 1 through 4 rating level scores, along with a student learning goal to determine a teacher's final rating. A redesigned summative evaluation tool, which is the example that you're seeing on the right, consolidates scoring to each standard as opposed to assigning individual scores per indicator and then averaging for the standard score. This will reduce the scores from 34 individual ratings to 10. Not seen on the slide are the narrative portions of the tool, which would include like the educator feedback of strengths and growth, because those are not changing from current practice. They would still be included on the tool that would be used for final evaluations. So ultimately, the scoring domain percentages are going to remain the same. We are keeping the 65% for instructional practice, 20% for professional responsibilities, and 15% for student performance, which comes from the student learning goal. So that is not changing. We are not suggesting that we alter the title of the final rating, which would be highly effective, effective, developing, or ineffective. But what may change ultimately is the scoring formula, with a 1 through 4 score being given for each standard instead of each indicator per standard, which would require less collected evidence throughout the evaluation cycle, which in turn would hope lead to additional time allowed for our evaluators to have those deep conversations which are so essential to the NEPF with their evaluees. And ultimately, the total pages of the tool itself would be reduced from 5 to 2. The protocols based on NRS 391-465 may need to be revised, as the current class size adjustment is specific to certain indicator scores, which was shown on the previous slide. Okay. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Pam Teal.
Superintendent Pam Teal for the record. The redesigned draft was presented to the Teachers and Leaders Council meeting on April 24th, 2024. They moved to accept the drafts as presented and recommended to them by the State Board of Education, to the State Board of Education for adoption. TLC proposed not suggested any changes to the NRS 391-465. Instead, the class size adjustment should apply to the entire standard that combined to the indicator as described in the protocols. This would include IPS Standard 2, which currently has 1 indicator eligible for the adjustment, and Standard 3, which has 2 indicators eligible for that adjustment. No changes to the adjustments for the professional responsibility standards 4 and 5 were needed because those were already adjusted to apply to the entire standard. NEPF liaisons previewed the redesigned draft on April 17th and again on April 29th. Those who attended were in favor of the change and supported the reasoning behind the change. They were looking forward to sharing the new design with their LEAs. PAC and PAC and STAC were enthusiastic about the redesign and potential for a field study. We're back to Kathy.
Thank you, Pam. Kathy Hoyt for the record. So per NRS 391-465, the State Board, based on recommendations from the TLC, does have the authority to adopt regulations establishing the NEPF and shall prescribe tools to be used to obtain measures of employee performance. So today, possible motions that the board could entertain would include, but are not limited to, moving to accept the NEPF rubric redesign drafts and the summative evaluation tool drafts as presented. And if the board approves the revised rubric, would they also consider approving a field study or pilot that would be implemented among districts and LEAs who volunteer? The timeline for a proposed field study would begin this school year, 2024 and 2025, and would take place over the next 3 years with a small sample size of volunteer schools and districts for 24-25. And then moving on to 25-26 with a whole state field study with hopefully digitalization at this point, as we are working to implement an electronic tool. and then by the 26-27 school year with full implementation of the new redesigned rubrics. Within each cycle, we would like to include focus groups that will help provide feedback regarding implementation in their buildings and help us to refine the tools and provide annual reports to the board in preparation for a full implementation across the state. And at this point, we are available for any questions that you'd like to ask.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse me. Thank you so much. That was a very informative presentation. And I have to say, probably the best change to NEPF I've seen so far. So I will open it up for questions from the team.
Member Hughes, I have a couple of questions and appreciate the presentation. And agreed, I think we all would say that there's a lot of desire for simplification and streamlining, so I appreciate the work on this. So I sort of had a larger question, and then I had a more specific to the timeline. So I think three things have always stood out to me about NEPF, and as I've talked to folks in the field, like one is that it's overly complex and takes a lot of time, so kudos to working to address that. The other two things that I hear and see is that it's very content agnostic, which I can understand in a systems perspective why that could make implementation easier, and also does not fully align to what we're asking teachers to do from a content perspective in our Nevada academic content standards. And other states I know are moving towards being more content focused because that's where we're starting to see more gains, is when we sort of go deep there. So that's sort of the second thing I hear and see. And the third thing, just as an observation, is that it's not, the way the rubric is written, it's not based upon the student experience. It's based on what teachers are doing, which may or may not have the intended impact on students. So for example, one of the bullet points was providing an opportunity for discourse. So teacher in theory could provide the opportunity and put it in their lesson plan and execute on it, but students not actually engage in discourse. And the goal of that is that students actually do the thing, right? And so a teacher could be rated higher because they're technically doing it, but it's not actually impacting students. So those are sort of broadly three things that I've seen that have been challenges with the tool. And so I'm just curious, as we're looking at sort of revising, sort of, can you share the rationale of like why we're not looking at those other things? Or I know that there's a big push for simplification, but it seems like, should we be looking more holistically at the challenges about whether it's doing the thing we want it to do in addition to simplifying? So just, yeah, love some commentary on that.
Kathleen Gellin calls for record. Pam or Kathy, do you want to take a first comment on this, or do you want me to go ahead?
I can kick us off, and then you can go for me. Pam Teal, Superintendent, Lincoln County School District, Vice Chair, TLC for the record. The intent from the beginning with the NEPF and the protocols were out of the Margaret Heritage work around highly effective teaching practices. And truly, this is what my 9th year as an administrator, supervisor over my LEAs that are doing the work. And then I also used the system when I was a principal. Truly, it's just growth within the system to understand that all of those principles worked in conjunction with each other, move towards highly effective teaching practices. So tier 1 instruction. And so I see your point on content specific, but if we don't move the needle on highly effective teaching practices that get the use of the content and the standards and then the not just the standards, but then the curriculum materials and then alignment with the lessons to those, we're missing our standpoint of highly effective teaching practices. And then totally understand the point around how do you go in and know if students are doing discourse? Because the teacher can very much plan and state that in a lesson plan or a learning plan, and that not occur in a classroom. But that's where you're doing your effective classroom walkthroughs. And I'm not talking to teachers when I'm doing my class walks, I'm talking to students. And you ask them very, very good questions around what are you learning today? And then just visibly watching what goes on in the classroom if that discourse is happening. But it does rely back on, then again, having time for an administrator to make sure they have time for those classroom walks and then time for the feedback for those.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah. And so what I'm hearing in that second piece is the implementation really does matter. And the way in which people are gathering data, even in the streamlined, which again, probably some work we could do there. I guess my push is over time. I think the field has evolved significantly, particularly around content since we implemented the original NEPF. And so I think it would behoove us to spend some more time on that in future iterations, that we sort of take a look at that, because I think the way we thought about effective teaching when this was implemented is very different than how we think about effective teaching today. And the research is sort of caught up as well to that. I guess the other just technical questions around timeline. So I'm guessing when we first implemented this, there was a lot of people that also thought that the original thing seemed great, right? And then we implemented it, and all these years later, we're like, it didn't actually work out the way we wanted it to. And so I'm a little bit worried, even though it looks great on paper, right, to simplify, that will there be unintended consequences we're not thinking about? And so I'm wondering about, does it actually make more sense for us to approve a pilot where we would actually test it out, come back with some data, use that data to iterate, and then approve more? Because the thing that I worry about is like all the people involved in it may not be in their seats in 2 years, right? And then if this doesn't work, and then we sort of voted and said like, this is the law of the land and this is what we're going to do, then we're kind of stuck with another thing that may be ineffective or unhelpful to teachers. So I'm just curious about, could we flip that? Like, do we need to approve the full thing to approve a pilot to test out, to do all the things you want to do anyways, before we sort of say like, yes, this is the official approach?
Kathleen Gallen-Collins for the record, yes, the board could do that. They could say, let's reserve approving the whole thing until we've had the field study. We get the results from those field studies. We have the conversations about that, and then we can approve it or not from there, because you'll have the results from our focus groups. You'll have the results from all of that work. And in addition to, I wanted to see if I could comment on your content standards. The instructional practice standards specifically, two especially, the rigor and content, it doesn't list specific Nevada academic content standards. But if you're teaching to the correct rigor, you're going to be in alignment with it. An additional comment on the administrator side of things, they are responsible for making sure that there's coherence and alignment with what the expectations for content are with the instructional practice of the educators. So it's there, it's not specifically called out, but we do have additional resources where we are crosswalking for special education teachers. We hear from special education teachers all the time, I don't necessarily see myself in this tool. You're there, let's help you make the connections. So we're aligning with the NEPF instructional practice and professional responsibility standards today with what's already part of their national work. Same thing with our early learning, we have crosswalks there. CTE, we have crosswalks with theirs, and with the English language development standards. So we only have one person doing this work, so we're trying to develop them as we go, and that's something that we can also include in our focus groups and our field study, is asking specific questions like, how does this relate to the content? How do we make sure that we make the connections between what the content wants and what we're asking in instructional practice?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes some sense. And then, sorry, one quick follow-up question, and then I know that people want to get in. If we sort of took the approach of pilot, can you share more about the sample size? I imagine some pushback would be about like, well, this is inefficient, and then like we're going to spend another year doing a pilot. So like, what flexibility is there if we went that route to say like, how many people could be involved? Could we expand that? Could we let districts sort of test some things out in a broader pool to have more data, so that folks didn't feel like they were being held back in the short term, but that also we were being, judicious in making final decisions? Is that feasible?
Kathleen Gallen-Collins for the record, yes, that's feasible. And we could definitely take your input on what you think this pilot study should look like. We do have a skeleton of a plan. We have an outline of what we'd like to do. What we were thinking of is about around 60 schools or so, maybe more, 75 up to 75 from a wide range of districts, including Clark, including potentially Washoe, who doesn't currently use the teacher NEPF. They use their own system. See if they'd be willing to do that. Elko, as already been mentioned, they want to volunteer. We're getting a lot of volunteers that want to be part of the pilot. They want to try it out. So I don't think we'll have a problem getting people to be part of it. We want to keep it manageable so that we can really do an in-depth field study and then do that second version of the field study with everybody across the state and get even more information. So that's why we planned a 2-year field study, just like we did with the original implementation of the NEPF. Something in addition to that is that we've had years now of working with these standards and indicators. So our educators know what they are now. And now rolling these indicators into descriptors makes the connection between them really clear, and it's now at the standard conversation. So we've had principal advisory cabinet members who were former TLC members that this really makes this coaching a whole lot easier, because I can describe the descriptors as a whole, and now I can coach around all of those descriptors together and how they relate to each other, and not an individual score for each one. They're really excited about being able to use it as a coaching tool.
Pam Teal for the record. I would also add in there that evidence piece of a misunderstanding of evidence where teachers thought they had to have 2 pieces of different evidence for every one of those indicators, and that was never the intent. And so as we've been training better and doing better with our administrators in that role, this also rolling it up means there's evidence pieces that can be used in succession all over the place. And it's tying that piece together really nicely as well, too. And then yet again, having better conversations on, okay, how does this evidence support indicator as standard 1, 2, and 3 with the indicators still in mind, because I've trained to the indicators. My staff and my teachers and admin know the indicators.
This is Member Cantu. So in general, I think that the approach of field testing is the right one, and then coming back, because there could be, many changes, and I would hate 3 years down the line for us to approve kind of the evaluation that maybe we have found is not as effective, in 2027 or whenever it's implemented in full. The other thing is as a board member to have more time to really study and look at this thing, because, in looking over your presentation, it's very complicated. And, so when I looked at it as an evaluator of people, I really like the streamline. You want to spend your time having quality conversations with people about how they can do better. So I really like the more, it's still complicated, but it's much more simplified than, each indicator times this many times. It's a lot of work. So that said, I think, I would love to have a larger conversation as a board, and I think as a state, about NEPF in general. And, what I'm talking about is, we have many wonderful teachers, but we also have an education system that is in crisis with absenteeism, low performance. So how can we design or redesign a performance framework for teachers that is meaningful, where not everybody gets an A or an A+, when they get evaluated, so that we get real actionable information, as policymakers about what we can do to improve education and how leaders can make decisions about their teachers and the people in their buildings. Any thoughts?
This is Member Hudson. I just have a comment. I love to pilot first, to do that. And then I just want to say thank you, because as an educator, I was like, I just did a presentation in my class about how the tool we're using is not showing our leaders how to coach us in the classroom. So this right here changes the narrative to where when I'm doing that, getting my evaluation and have to do my one-on-one, I won't feel like I'm being targeted, but because I feel like I always want to grow. Like when I have to evaluate myself, I would tell my principal, oh, I'm a 1, because I want to see her feedback for me and what kind of strengths. So like the new changes, I'm like, oh, it's about time, because I know I need some correction. I know, like, I want to be corrected. I want to be there for my students, but I don't feel like I should be doing all the, like, I want to see like someone else input. So I do appreciate you guys doing that, but I do agree of like, let's pilot and see what kind of changes need to be done as we see it, or what we could add, because maybe it does need to be like, let's bring in the students and see how the students also feel about their teacher, or what could happen for those teachers too, because that's something we don't have in our evaluation. We do talk about our students and the student engagement, but we don't, like, I never heard a student say, like, oh, you could work on our engagement, Ms. Hudson, because I would like more hands-on, because our students change, but like to also have that, because if we're looking at student input or in our outputs, we want to make sure that that voice is also being heard when it comes to that as well. So I agree, but thank you.
Yeah, and Member Hudson, just to, if you don't mind, I'm going to point out something you said I think is important, just to make sure everybody heard and is on the record. I think there are a lot of misconceptions when we talk about teacher evaluation, that teachers do not want to be evaluated, and that's why there's a lot of pushback against sort of a system or a tool. What I hear from most educators is what you're describing is like, I actually want to grow, and that's my job to grow for my students. It's that I want meaningful data that actually points me in the right direction. And so just, again, I think that's so powerful, because I think there is a general narrative that like, oh, people just don't want to be evaluated, and that's what this is about. And it's not that at all.
Go ahead.
Great.
If I can,
I see.
This is Deputy Superintendent Christy McGill. I just wanted to assure you all that the staff, we have great discussions around good implementation science and why the pilot. And so in the field studies, if it looks like there's significant changes, there may be yet another iteration of pilot. So I just want to really reinforce that we will be using implementation science in this. We'll make sure that if there are changes before the digitalization, we go through those, and we'll keep everyone informed and in the loop as well.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent McGill. I saw a member else with your hand up as well.
Yes, thank you. I just want to throw out that if there is the pilot, that from the circle that I run in, I was actually surprised to hear some people were reluctant about implementation of it. I just request that we don't put like too much of a restriction on how many people can join, because my guess is I think the majority of the school districts will certainly want to be in the pilot and implement this next school year. So I just, when we're doing a talk or discussion of a pilot, I would prefer that there's no restrictions of who may or may not be accepted to it. Because I know.
Member Elson, if you make the motion, I would love for you to include that, please.
Are you calling for a motion now?
If there's no other questions.
President Ortiz, this is Member Dockweiler. I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Member Dockweiler. We'll hold on that, Member Else.
So it sounds like this has a lot of support, and assuming that it continues to move forward successfully, I'm curious if a conversation has been had about redesigning the NEPF for specialized instructional support personnel as well.
Kathleen Gallen, Contra Records. Yes, I expected that question. Yes, once we get this one rolling, I'd like to do the focus groups like we did before with the other licensed educational personnel and get their thoughts on the potential of looking at their rubrics to do the same thing.
Perfect, thank you.
So expect a phone call or an email.
Any
Madam
other
President,
questions?
Madam President, Member Carlton, I just have a couple on the pilot conversation. In order for it to be a pilot, we can't have everybody go the first year, right? So we're going to need a balancing act, but I understand opening it up to as many people as possible, but we still have to be able to balance it out. So it's not a pilot if everybody goes there. So I think we need to be careful of that. My concern was, when you start talking NRS, of course, my ears perk up. Something about possible change in an NRS, but other changes were made so that there wouldn't be a change needed in the NRS. Did I hear that correctly? I think it was on page 16. Was that all encapsulated?
I'll pull that slide back up again. Kathleen Gallen Collins to record. It's NRS 391465.
Right.
I think you're talking about the class size adjustment. Okay, so with the class size adjustment, what you see on the screen here is this is what the NRS says. So there has to be a class size adjustment for those educators that qualify based on the ratios the state board set on whether the manner in which the teacher structures a classroom environment, provides opportunity for extended discourse, which is instructional practice standard 3 and indicator 1 or 2, I believe it is. And then the manner in which they employs cognitive abilities and skills of pupils, that's part of instructional practice standard 2. The manner in which a teacher engages with families or pupils, which is all of standard 4 in the professional responsibility standard, and the perception of pupils of the performance of the teacher. That's the student perception piece. That's all of standard 5 in professional responsibilities. This next slide shows how we had it listed in our protocols. We had it specifically called out with instructional practice standard indicator 2.1, 3.1, and 3.4, and then all of standard 4 and 5 for professional responsibilities. We don't think we're going to need any change to the NRS because the NRS doesn't specifically call out indicators. We're just going to have to change protocols to align. What we'll do then, based on the recommendations from TLC in the pilot, is just make all of standard 3 in instructional practice weighted. We'll give them the class size adjustment for all of standard 3, and then for standard 2 as well. So instead of doing it by individual indicator, we'll do it by standard based on the TLC's recommendation, because the class size adjustment is still required as part of the law.
Okay, that makes it a little bit clearer. And this all stems way back to, I believe, what, 2011, when a lot of these things were
the class size adjustment, Kathleen Gallon calls for record, the class size adjustment was added in legislative session, I believe it was 21.
But the whole standards and the weights
2019.
and the whole process back to 2011.
Maybe it was 2019. Thank you. Okay. There's been so many changes to the UPF every legislative session. I have trouble keeping
I wish
them all
they'd
straight.
leave it alone for just 2 years so everybody could catch up. But
yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. It's just when I hear NRS changes and we're doing a pilot, I just want to make sure we don't get smacked around for getting out of our lane.
Kathleen Gallon, we just wanted to make sure, we brought it to you to make sure, because when we first were looking at this, we thought we might have to make legislative changes, but on further reflection, we don't need to.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Thank you, Lee. All right, I will open it up for was there another question?
I was just going to make a suggestion for a motion.
Cool, please proceed.
So I wanted to modify and see if folks feel okay with this, given this conversation. So move to accept the NEPF rubric redesign drafts and subsequent NEPF tools changes, like maybe for the purposes of a pilot study only, which I don't think will change the intent of what y'all will do, but we'll then come back with data before we say like, this is the official thing.
Okay, Member Hughes, can you be specific about the pilot study for this, which school year?
I was assuming to be the upcoming school year. It sounds like y'all were planning. So,
no, in this slide, they were going to start a pilot this school year with a more robust pilot in the next one, correct?
This is Member Walker. Could I, for a point of clarification, I think we're talking about a pilot like we're implementing something new. This is exactly what we've been doing for years in our schools. And so what we're doing is streamlining the process. And to go hand in hand with what Member Hudson was saying, I was saying something very similar to the superintendent. When you're coaching a teacher, like for instance, I selected metacognition. And that's something that generally you have to have a conversation with. It's not well understood, but with the old tool, you had to break it into 3 different components. Whereas by taking that out and just having all of those factors in there, the conversation is much more naturally about what that looks like in a classroom. Do the kids know what they're learning? Are they able to show it? And if they're not getting that information, do they know what to do? Do they know how to choose an avenue to prove or show that they have mastery of that content? So it becomes a true conversation, a true coaching conversation about those components. So I think a pilot would be really useful if we were changing all of these indicators. The indicators aren't changing. It's just streamlining that coaching avenue for the principal and the teachers when they're going through this process.
Okay, so let's
if I can clarify.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify the reason why we're asking for a pilot and not just going for implementation is because we're changing those indicators now as descriptors. What are the business rules around that? Because I think the instinct is going to be, well, they're still the same language, so I have to score each descriptor now, and that's not that's not the intention behind the rollout, the rollout of this. The revised NEPF. So we really need to use the pilot study, the field study, to really hammer out what are the business rules around condensing these indicators now as descriptors. What does that look like? What does that conversation look like? What does that scoring look like? What do the performance levels look like? Do we need to adjust that performance level language to make that more clear and to make it defensible? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and then President Ortiz, I think going back to your initial question to me, I think that probably the timeline would then be the 24-25 volunteer field study. We would then look at that data, which would then inform how the whole field study and or digitalization portion of it would go, as well as whether we would feel comfortable with full implementation, but that first year would give us some sense of data before we made any final decision. So I was thinking about just that first chunk of it.
And if I may, Catherine Hoyt for the record, part of what our intention is also with the field study, kind of commenting on your comments about the power of the coaching and the conversation with our teachers and helping them grow and helping them learn, will be including a toolkit for our participants in the study, which will include all the necessary documentation, along with updated tools for self-assessment, pre and post observation conversations and feedbacks, and really using the descriptors as questions for evaluators to pose to their evaluees to, again, help them strengthen their understanding, helping them grow in their practice, and really using the language of the NEPF standards and the descriptors to guide our teachers towards that best practice, because we know ultimately the best practice of our educators will promote educator effectiveness and it will promote our student achievement. So that is our goal, and definitely part of the package that we want to get feedback on within that first year of the pilot is strengthening those tools to encourage those conversations and the feedback and the professional development.
Superintendent Pam Deal for the record. I think the devil's in the details of some of the terminology here. No different than when you're doing a highly effective educational teacher. We've got, 3 different terms for one thing. It's not a pilot. So I think if we stick with the language on a field study of the revised rubrics, that might help clarify people. We're not talking anything really new. We're just rolling it up and doing a field study on that piece. I think pilot leads people to new and takes time to look at. So just my thoughts on that. If you stick to field study, I think you'll potentially have more clarification on what we're talking about.
Thank you, Pam. I was going to say the same thing. So, Member Hughes, would you like to restate your motion?
Yeah, and please help me out. So I was going to move to accept the NEPF rubric redesign draft and subsequent NEPF tool changes for the purpose of a 24-25 volunteer field study with districts and schools, period.
Perfect. Understanding that they will come back to us for full approval if there's any changes. I will entertain a second.
Member Hudson, second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. I am going to, so I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice President Dockweiler here close to noon, because I have other commitments I have to get to. But I want to go ahead and go back to item number 7. I understand that Ms. Stern is being treated at the emergency room and is expected to be okay. Member Hudson, do you have any confirmation on that?
Yes, she just texted that she is in the ER at this time, just seeking further notice, but she's okay. She's doing okay.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you reaching out to her. So that being said, please send her our thoughts and healing prayers, because that was scary. And I hope that she's okay. For in the future, Angie, would it be possible to create a poster that we could put on the door? So if we have any guests attending our meetings, that if anyone has any sort of allergies we should be aware of, that we create like a poster that goes on the door that says, you know, allergies exist. Please do not bring, you know, any peanut items or whatever into the room. That way we're being proactive about ensuring that this kind of situation never happens again.
Yes, I'll look into doing something.
We can talk about it offline, but I just want to make sure that we're proactive about this in the future and we don't have that situation happen again. Okay, then I will start with taking your prioritized or ranked list. And I'm just going to go start up north and go left to right. So Member Walker, first, second, third choices.
Morning. I selected Stern as my first choice. Kruper was my second choice, and Walker was my third.
Okay. Then Member Else?
I selected Walker first, Kruper second, Stern third. Exactly opposite of Mike.
Okay. Wait, say that again. Walker first, Stern second.
Kruper and then Stern.
Kruper and then Stern. Okay, got it. All right, Member Ariscotta?
I went with Walker, Stearns, Cooper.
Okay, I'm going to go down south now to Member Cantu.
Crupper, Stern, Walker.
And Member Keys.
Stern, Walker, Cropper.
And Member Hughes.
Stern, Walker, Kruper.
Member Duckworther.
Stern, Walker, Krupper.
And Member Hudson.
Stern, Krupper, Walker.
And Member Carlson.
Krupper, Stern, Walker.
And I had the same as Member Carlton. So hold please while I do some math. See where we're at. So for everyone's knowledge, I am ranking them in order from your first, second, and third choices. What I've done is if it's your first choice, you got 3 points, second choice 2, last choice 1, so that I could get a numeric tabulation of who's the top candidate. So give me a second. Okay, by my tabulation, and Superintendent Ebert, keep me honest here. Ms. Cooper has 19 points, Ms. Stern has 24, and Mr. Walker has 17.
Would you say that again, President Ortiz?
Sure. I have Ms. Cooper as with 19, Ms. Stern with 24, and Mr. Walker with 17.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I concur.
Awesome. Thank you for keeping my math honest, Miss Math teacher. Okay, then it seems like a pretty clear choice here. So I will open it up for a motion to approve Ms. Stern as our appointment for the Charter School Authority.
This is Member Walker. I'll move that we accept Ms. Stern as our Charter Authority member.
Appointee.
I said appointee.
Member Hudson, second.
So all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Member Hudson, would you please, since you're in contact with Ms. Stern, would you please share the news with her? Hopefully it
Yes,
will
I will.
help her to get better sleep.
Right.
Okay. I am debating whether I should give us a lunch break, or do you want to go through public hearings? Superintendent, what's your preference? Oh, quick note, everyone. We're pulling item number 11 from this meeting. So please cross that off your agenda. There was some text that needed to be updated, so we'll add that one to next meeting.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, if we can go through the hearing items because they're rather quick, and then if the board so choose, take a break before item number 15.
Okay, perfect. All right, then we will move on to our regulation meeting. This time is 11:56. The board will hear a presentation from Kathleen Gallen-Collins, Assistant Director of the Office of Education Development, Licensure and Family Engagement, and Catherine Hoyt, Education Programs Professionals of the Office of Education Development, Licensure and Family Engagement, and take possible action regarding the revised weights assigned to domains used to evaluate performance of teachers and administrators. Please proceed when you're ready.
President Ortiz, we're moving on to item number 12.
Are we not doing item number 10 either?
Oh, my apologies. Yes, you are correct. My apologies.
Okay. All right. Kathleen and Catherine, you're up.
Thank you, President Ortiz, Vice President Dockweiler, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the board. Kathleen Gallen-Collins, for the record. I am the Assistant Director for our Office of Educator Development, Licensure and Family Engagement, or EdLife. And with me is my colleague, Catherine Hoyt, with our Education Program Professional around the NEPF. So I know we just discussed the NEPF, but here's a regulation change that needed to be made regarding the NEPF, regarding the domain weights. So the Nevada Educator Performance Framework consists of 3 domains. You have the instructional practice, professional responsibilities, and then you have the student learning goal. The student learning goal, student outcomes piece, that weight is set by statute. So that is set at 15%. And when that changed in 2019, I believe it was, 2019, we then had to make the subsequent recommendations for the percentage weight changes for the other domains. We did bring this forward in our document way back in 2020, but with the COVID and everything else that happened, we got all the way through the process. You all approved the numbers at a hearing, and it went to legislative It was supposed to sent to legislative committee, but it was never heard. So that regulation died. So we needed to repeat the process. And so this is RDoC 138.23. These are the same percentages, but these have been in practice in the protocols for the last few years. So it's changing Nevada Administrative Code 391571 and changing the for instructional leadership and for instructional practices. That weight is set higher at 65%. And I'm just showing you what the regulation says here, from 45 to 65. The professional responsibilities is set at 20%. And then based on NRS, the student outcomes portion is set at 15%. We did stakeholder engagement around this with the Teachers and Leaders Council. We met with our NEPF liaisons around this as well. This is not something that is new to anyone. This is something that's been in practice for a few years. We're just putting it into the regulation. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Member Hughes, I just have a quick technical question. Could you educate us on the role of the state board in this particular domain? Because I know that the specific scores are written into law, but then what ability do we have now or in the future around this particular body of work?
Kathleen Gallen-Collins for the record. So the way it works, the student outcomes portion is set by statute, but the state board, based on recommendations from the Teachers and Leaders Council, can set the other weights of the other two domains. And the Teachers and Leaders Council recommended the 65% and the 20%, and that's been a consistent recommendation when we've been the various weight. We've always weighted the instructional practice and instructional leadership higher because that's the most impact on our students. The research shows that's where the impact is really had in our students. Professional responsibilities is weighted less because that isn't an in classroom or in instructional leadership piece.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I'll now open this item up for public comment. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
There are no public comments in Carson City.
Are there any public comments in Las Vegas?
There are no public comments in Las Vegas.
Are there any members of the public who have written in to provide public comment?
There are no written comments.
Okay, if there are no further comments, I will close this hearing at 12:01 p.m. Thank you for your presentation. Members, any questions before I call? Before I call in a motion? Hearing none? Okay. I'll open it up for a motion to approve. If nobody wants to jump in, I'll take it. I hereby move to approve the proposed changes to Regulation R 138-23P, revising the weights assigned to the domains used to evaluate the performance of teachers and certain administrators.
I second that. Member Cantu.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, as I mentioned, we're skipping item number 11, so moving on to item 12. The time is 12:02 p.m. Next, the board will hear and take to the proposed regulation R 064-24P and amending NAC 39555 and NAC 389516 relating to the employability skills for career readiness. I invite Director Statuki of the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning and Education Options to provide information regarding this proposed regulation. Please proceed when you're ready, Director Statuki.
Good afternoon, President Ortiz, members of the board, member, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, I am Craig Statuki, the Director of the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning and Education Options for the Nevada Department of Education. For this hearing, I'm presenting proposed revisions in Regulation R 064-24P to repeal NAC 389-555, Employability Skills for Career Readiness, and conforming changes to NAC 389-516. The regulations were heard in a regulation workshop on February 9, 2024, and the proposed changes were previously provided to the State Board of Education and to the Governor's Office for review in accordance with Executive Orders 2023-003. The department is proposing the removal of all language in Act 389-555. The department already has a process to develop career and technical education standards through the State Board of Education after collaborating with business and industry experts, as well as secondary and post-secondary educators. The removal of this language will allow the department to update its standards, meet Nevada's workforce needs, and have a process to regularly review and update potential changes in employability skills through the State Board of Education. The department has previously discussed the removal of this language in the process to have employability standards approved by the State Board of Education with representatives from the Governor's Office of Workforce Innovation, the Nevada System of Higher Education, the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and local school districts. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Stuckey. I'll open it up for any questions from the team. Okay, hearing none, I will open it up for public comment. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
There are no public comments in Carson City.
Are there any public comments in Las Vegas?
There are no public comments or written comments in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Director Stuckey. Members, any questions before I call for a motion? Seeing none, I will open it up for a motion to approve.
This is Member Cantu. I'd like to make a motion for the removal of all language from NAC 389.555 and NAC 389.516.
As proposed in Regulation R064-24P. Sorry, I'm finishing that one for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Member Dockweiler. I second that.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. I will close this hearing at 12:06 p.m. All right, next up. Moving on to agenda item 13. It is now 12:06. The board will hear a presentation from Director Stuckey again and take possible action regarding Regulation 074-24 regarding the creation of curriculum for the Teacher Academy Pathway Program. Director Stuckey, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Ortiz, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, members of the public. For the record, I am Craig Stuckey, the Director of the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning, and Education Options in the Nevada Department of Education. For this hearing, I'm presenting on proposed Regulation R074-24 related to the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program. The first workshop in this regulation was held on February 9th, 2024. The department received public comment to ensure that there will be equitable access to the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program. The development of this regulation, which is required from the 2023 legislation passed in Assembly Bill 428. This bill was sponsored by the Assembly Committee on Revenue and was approved by Governor Lombardo on June 15, 2023. Section 3, subsection 4 of Assembly Bill 428 requires the State Board of Education to adopt regulations that prescribe curriculum for the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program. Since the public workshop on February 9, 2024, the department has continued to actively work with the Clark County School District and the Nevada System Higher Education, who are required implementers of the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program. The proposed regulation is a result of hard work and collaboration between the department, CCSD, and NSHE that has occurred on a regular basis since the bill was passed in 2023. It was important to all of us that we develop regulations that could be as inclusive as possible for any high school student, regardless of school district or public charter school, who determines that they want to become an educator at any point in their high school career, and flexible enough to meet the various needs and requirements for each post-secondary institution's teacher preparatory program. After receiving R074-24 from the Legislative Counsel Bureau, the department, CCSD, and NSHE believe that 3B should be revised to state, quote, college preparatory courses in an area or areas in which a pupil who is enrolled in a program is deficient, striking 3C, and deleting the phrase remedial instruction from 3B. Remedial instruction is not an accurate description of the high school courses and sets a negative connotation for students enrolled in the program. Additionally, it is outdated terminology for the courses post-secondary institutions offer. The Legislative Counsel Bureau has indicated to the department that this would not be a significant change that could be resolved in this hearing without an additional workshop or hearing. I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Stutuki. I was having challenges with that word as well, so I appreciate the last minute edit on that. Any questions from the board?
This is Member Hughes. I just had a quick clarifying question. Can you remind me, I believe when the size of district was put into the law, it was, so if you're thinking about like a charter school within Clark County, that is sort of excluded, is that right? Because it's by LEA, not by geography. I just want to double check. I think that was the case.
Correct, Cecilia, for the record, through you, President Ortiz to Member Hughes, that is accurate. It's the school district. A public charter school would be under the State Public Charter School Authority, so it's not a geographic location, it's the district size. And in terms of requirements, only a large school district, which currently is only Clark County School District, is a required implementer.
What is the definition of large in this regulation?
I would need to double check, but I believe in Assembly Bill 428, its population's over 250,000, but I can verify that for you.
Then if it's is that student enrollment? Or
give me 1 minute, President Ortiz, I'll get that question for you.
Okay. In the meantime, do we have any public comment up in Carson City?
There's no public comment in Carson City.
Are there any public comments or written comment provided in Las Vegas?
We have no public comment and no written comments here in Las Vegas.
Thank you. I will hold momentarily for Director Stutuki to I'm sorry.
President Ortiz, correct to get to the record, I apologize. I honestly thought I had almost this entire bill memorized. Section 3 of the bill, Assembly Bill 428, requires each large school district, meaning a school district in the state which has more than 100,000 pupils enrolled in its public schools, currently only the Clark County School District, to offer the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program at every high school in the school district with 250 or more pupils enrolled to enable pupils in grades 9 through 12 to prepare for employment and professions K-12 education, and authorizes the large school district to offer the program at high schools with fewer than 250 pupils.
Okay, thank you. Give me just a second. I'm looking at something else really quick. I think, okay, we've got a little bit of a ways to go. I was looking at charter enrollment to make sure that, so food for thought, Director Stutuki, we're at a little over 70,000 students enrolled in the charter schools. So because it says district, is the charter school authority considered for, in this particular law, considered a district or not?
President Ortiz, Craig Stutuki for the record. I am going to defer that question to the DAG.
Okay. DAG Burkett, do you know, because there's quite a few laws out there in NRS that state a large school district. But since our charter school authority is now bumping up against or getting closer to that number, I just want to be thoughtful about how we look at this going forward.
Yeah, that's a substantive question that I can't answer right now, but I could certainly look at it and give you a response.
I think we have some time, but yeah, I would appreciate that. Just because there's quite a few pieces of legislation that would need to be addressed. Okay. Is there any other comments on this item? If not, I will open it up for a motion.
This is Member Dockweiler. I move to approve Regulation 074-24 regarding the creation of curriculum for the Teacher Academy Pathway Program as outlined.
Member Hudson, second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Closing this hearing at 12:14 p.m. Next up, item number 14. We will open this regulation hearing at 12:14 p.m. The board will hear a presentation from Director Statuki and take possible action related to the regulation 099-23. Director Statuki, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Ortiz, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, members of the public. For the record, I am Craig Statuki, the Director of the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning, and Education Options for the Nevada Department of Education. For this workshop, I am presenting draft regulation R099-23, Adult and Regular High School Diploma. The regulations in this draft were heard separately in a workshop on September 21st. Based on guidance from the Legislative Counsel Bureau, the separate regulations were combined into a single draft regulation, which resulted in a significant change from the initial workshop. The initial workshop for R9923 was held on February 9th, 2024. The first hearing on R09923 with the State Board of Education was held on April 15th, 2024. Revisions to the Nevada Academic Code, or NAC, are necessary to align NAC with the requirements in Nevada revised statutes and was requested by legislators and the Legislative Counsel Bureau during the 2023 legislative session. The proposed changes in the draft regulation will revise requirements for students to earn the adult, advanced, alternative, college and career readiness, and standard diplomas to align coursework with existing Nevada revised statutes. Sections 1, 3, 8, and 9 revises requirements to earn an adult high school diploma. Section 2 revises courses of study prescribed by the State Board. Sections 4 through 7 make revisions to align certain diplomas with requirements in NRS 389-018. During the public meeting on April 15, 2024, the State Board requested the following changes related to the standard diploma, which are now included in R099-23P, which is posted on the department's website. These changes included maintaining the existing language of 1 credit of arts, humanities, or career technical education, which was removed in the draft presented on April 15, 2024. Include the Nevada revised statute requirement of 1 credit of world history or geography. Reduce the number of elective credits required for graduation to 5 credits from 6, and maintaining 23 credits required for graduation. Additionally, there were going to be no changes to the graduation requirements for students who are graduating up to the class of 2020, up to and including the class of 2026. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Statuki. I'll now open it up for public comment on this regulation. Are there any comments in Carson City?
There are no public comments in Carson City.
Are there any public comments in Las Vegas or any written comments submitted?
We have 1 public comment in Las Vegas. Monica Martin.
Ms. Martin, please proceed when you're ready. Make sure to state your name for the record. I don't think your mic is on. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Is this better? Can you hear me? I can hear myself. I'm so sorry. May I start over? Okay. Good afternoon. Monica Martin, Director, Guidance and Counseling, Clark County School District. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on R099-23 relating to the adult and regular high school diplomas. Clark has had an opportunity to thoroughly review this document with each revision in November, February, March, and June, and to attend State Board meeting virtually on April 15th to listen to the discussion around standard diploma requirements. Our public comments are specific to Section 5, Subsection 2, page 13, and the standard diploma. Prior to the April 15th board meeting, there was no mention of including both the Arts Humanities CTE credit category and World History or World Geography credit category for the standard diploma. By including the Arts Humanities CTE category in addition to World History or World Geography, elective class options within the standard diploma would be limited for students. During the April 15th State Board meeting, a board member expressed concern via email regarding the removal of Arts Humanities CTE requirement, implying that if the Arts Humanities CTE requirement were removed, students would not take these classes. However, Member Hughes noted that Arts Humanities and CTE courses would not go away. Students will continue to take Arts Humanities CTE courses as these are elective courses and students would still need 6 elective credits. As an example, pulling Arts Humanities CTE into its own credit category and reducing the number of elective credits from 6 to 5 could potentially result in students not being able to take 4 years of, say, publications, combined with elective classes in PE, such as weight training, and graduate high school. Students would have limited flexibility in their elective courses to earn a standard diploma. In practical terms, graduation requirements cannot exceed 24 credits, as students generally take 6 classes a day for 4 years. There are minimal options within these 24 credits. It's important for high school youth to explore their interests through electives, and there are precious few electives in the standard diploma. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to provide comment and request the board return to the LCB draft of revised proposed regulation dated March 6th, in which the standard diploma required world history or geography and 6 elective credits of the student's choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments?
There are no additional in-person public comments and no written comments at this time.
Okay, I will close this hearing at 12:21. Members, any questions before I call for a motion?
Yes, Member President Ortiz, just a quick comment. Reducing the number of electives, I think there could be some unintended consequences with this, especially in our rural areas where we have such a hard time filling our schedules and our course offerings are limited. And I think just kind of at a brief glance, when we looked at it with my team, we wouldn't be able to offer certain things to students anymore, like student council or some of those other, the leadership courses that we offer. So I think that the humanities classes are still going to be taken by students, but I think we could really be pinning people into a corner by removing the 6th elective without having some flexibility in there. So I just wanted to get that on record.
Okay.
Member Hughes, one question I have, and I don't know if Ms. Martin's allowed to answer this or if somebody else has the answer to this. I think what I'm trying to figure out is, does the elective, is it impossible for students to do so they could have the continuity across, or it's unlikely because then they would already met their credit threshold? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, they're not prevented from taking that because they still in theory have at least one additional space that's a little bit of wiggle room if you're saying the 6 a year, or it's like you just are worried the students wouldn't actually choose to take an additional course in that extra slot that they have. I was a little confused by that.
I'm okay with getting clarification from the public speaker.
Yeah, would you mind clarifying? Is that, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Member Hughes, for the question. I don't think it's unlikely that students would not take a CTE Arts Humanities course. They may naturally choose that on their own. I do think that students may come to a point where they are forced to not take a class of their choosing to meet that Arts Humanities CTE requirement. Thank you.
My opinion with this, and I'm not exactly sure how it works with scheduling, but the reason that I want to keep the arts and humanities, and I'm not sure if we can find a way around anything else, is that we want our graduates to be well-rounded and have that experience with an arts course. kind of the point of a lot of high school classes is, one, to get that base knowledge, but also to kind of find what you're interested in. And I'm not saying that students won't take those classes. I'm just saying the graduation requirements are kind of like what we want a graduate to know, what classes we want them to take. And so that's where I'm at with the arts and humanities credit. And I'm definitely curious to learn more about how getting rid of one of the elective courses gets rid of entire classes, like the leadership course. I hold the leadership course near and dear to me because I've been in student council for all 3 years of high school. So I'd just like to learn a little bit more about that.
President Ortiz, can I chime in?
Do you want to address that?
It won't get rid of those courses, but I think the unintended consequence, what could happen, Member Keys, is that students are going to lose their choice to pick which electives they take. They're not going to stop taking humanities courses, but it may put a certain percentage of students into a scenario where they can't continue to take either their CTE course that they wanted or elective course, where they would then have to take a different humanities course that maybe they weren't intending on taking. So I don't think it's going to do away with humanities classes at all. I think what it will end up, I think the unintended consequence is that it could do away with students' choices of what they wanted to take more so, rather than where we would end up being prescribing to a student they had to take this course that they may not wanted to take, rather than taking something like our leadership course.
Did that help, Member Keys?
Yeah, to an extent. Yeah, it's just in my experience, a lot of the elective courses around the state are those arts courses. And so it's kind of, you will automatically end up taking an arts course. Yeah, I'm not sure. Think about it for a little bit.
I also think one of the scenarios too is, depending on the size of the school, the amount of elective courses that are offered are substantially different. So the electives that we offer may not all count as a humanities or vice versa in certain schools. So I think that's another thing to keep in mind. And that and again, I'm a huge advocate of humanities courses. I want that to be said. I don't want to limit any student's option to take any course, as the point I'm trying to make.
So, Member Elson, Member Keys, I think one thing we need to consider or like be thinking about is actually, as an entire state in the board, we need to be thinking about is how this is going to align and play out with the full implementation of the Portrait of a Learner and competency-based education, right? So if a student is able to show competency in one of those 23 courses, right, in a faster timeline, that could allow them more space for other courses as well. So I think that what we're doing at a much higher, like broader level, is going to address some of the concerns in the long term. And this doesn't get fully implemented until the 27-28 school year, I believe. So I think we're on the pathway to making this a moot point, but I'm open to being contradicted on that point.
This is Member Hughes. The two quick thoughts I would add is, I don't know if this actually changes anything, so you can tell me that you can vote this down. I mean, is a compromise to say back to increase the number of electives, but say like one of which should be fulfilled by something in the arts, humanities, CTE, like so that you're requiring that? I mean, it's essentially the same thing, but I wonder if that like mindset wise sees it like you're not, like you, I don't know, there's like still some choice and flexibility. So that's one thought. The second thing I would just say is, I don't know, I'll just be transparent here. You know, I think we all have done our homework and have like studied this. And when you get into the nuances of like individual student circumstances and credits, I think it becomes very complicated very quickly. And again, I don't know what the time constraints are on this, but to me, it would be really helpful to sort of like look at the scenarios, have like student A, B, C case study, and like actually map that out against what we're saying here, because it seems like a simple change, but I don't want to pretend that I understand like all the intricacies of all the district's credit systems. And so again, I think philosophically, I don't see anything wrong with what's here, because I think we want to put a stake in the ground that like these areas are important for students to be exposed to, given what you named, President Ortiz, about portrait and some of those other competencies. I just am having trouble understanding the implementation and execution and whether there's something we're missing just because it's so detailed. And like, I feel like we would literally have to like look at a few student schedules side by side with this to make sure that we're like not making things more complicated for kids and families.
Director Statuki, is it possible for us to do, similar to what we're doing with NEPF, a bit of a field study on this over the next couple of years so that we understand the implications of implementation?
Craig Statuki, for the record, President Ortiz, we don't believe that it is an option because in terms of enrollment for students, we don't have that option for field study. Can you give me just 1 second? Director Chang is sending me something around NRS, around the arts, so give me 1 second so I can read that real quick to make sure that we're on the same page.
Okay.
Can I have a question? I don't know if this is going to make sense. Member Hudson, for the record, is it possible that you could do the courses like we do PE and health, like you spend half the year doing world history, the other half humanities? Like, is that possible, or like have we thought about that instead of just removing something that students will eventually need? Or
so
am I just thinking crazy?
I'll address that a little bit. We've already reduced, I think it's world history or government. We've already reduced government to half a semester so that we could fit in economics, AKA financial literacy. And that's causing teachers a lot of challenge because they can't get through all the standards in a semester or half a year. And so I'm leery of doing that more. And we've also talked about, and this is something that came up in one of our school visits through the Nevada Future of Learning cohorts, is getting a little bit more intentional about our standards and braiding them from like PK all the way to 12, and narrowing. So like kind of creating, these are the must-have standards. Like, I don't know how to explain this correctly. I think of it in construction schedule speak. Like, these are the milestones we must meet, and these are the other pieces of the schedule. Anyway, so there's work happening ancillary to this to try and also, excuse me, make it possible for teachers to teach all of the standards that we require in a more effective manner, and also for students to gain mastery or show mastery of content in a more effective manner, right? So there's a lot of work happening ancillary to this that is going to help to address some of the challenges, but it's a long game. It's not a short game. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Director Statuki, did you have something else to add?
President Ortiz, I'd like to phone a friend. Craig Statuki, the record. If I could ask the DAG to look at NRS 389018, specifically section 3 of that NRS. It appears that NRS 389018 does require that the arts is included in the credit requirements for high school. So I just want confirmation from the DAG on that piece, because that may settle some of your discussions.
Yeah, it will make our discussions moot.
All right, I heard you. I want to hear one more time exactly what you want me to look at.
So NRS 389018, which is a designation of core academic subjects, minimum units of credit required in high school, exception, additional subjects to be taught in subsection 3, letter A, indicates that in addition to the core subjects that were identified in subsections 1 and 2, that schools should be teaching: A is the arts, B is computer education technology, C is health and physical education. Does NRS 389018 require a school in the school district to offer an arts course as part of the graduation requirements. Thank you, Superintendent. Offer an arts course as part of the graduation requirements. That's the question.
Yeah, that appears to be the way I read it. Let me spend some more time with it.
So, Director Stuckey, shall we table this item or continue? Do you want to table it? Again? I really don't want to table it again.
You're right. This is Superintendent Ebert for the record. This item has been brought forth as noted by staff several times. The students that are being affected by the decision that will be made, in scheduling their courses, even when they're sophomores, right? It affects their path to a diploma. So it's not, just like we're talking about next year's seniors, we're actually talking about all of the students in making sure that they are programmed properly for this fall to earn, and that they're on track to earn a diploma.
Yeah.
When we're looking when we're looking into the NRS, as you're spending more time there, I was trying to look it up quickly myself and did not get all the numbers. Can you also clarify whether it is just saying that a school district has to offer that as an option versus like has to be taken as a graduation requirement? I didn't quite hear that in the quick reading of that. So,
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that is what the DAG is looking at. We interpret as the schools just need to offer the content, but we're asking the DAG for an opinion.
Well, it does say, let's read it specifically. Except as otherwise provided in this subsection, in addition to the core academic subjects, the following subjects must be taught as applicable for grade levels and to the extent practicable in all public schools. And they go through the Caliente Youth Center, the Nevada Youth Training Center, and any other state facility for the detention of children that is operated pursuant to Title V of NRS. And then it goes through the 4 areas: the arts, computer education and technology, health, and physical education. Must be taught, I think, is really the operable language.
Okay. So, understanding. Go ahead, Superintendent Ebert.
Oh, no, it's okay. Thank you. And I do not practice law, but when we've been reading this section, right, it's covering K-5 as well, because it's not the way that we've been interpreting set forth in, the following subjects must be taught as applicable for grade levels and, right, A and D, to the extent practicable. So in some instances, it may not be in all public schools. And then that's why we've had it as that it is not a graduation requirement, but that it is an opportunity for students at schools.
That certainly is a qualifier. I mean, you've got this language which sounds mandatory, right? The following subjects must be taught, but then they qualify it with the language of and to the extent practicable.
That's my least favorite loophole, Deputy Attorney General.
Yeah. Actually, I guess what I would say is if they're using this language of and to the extent practicable, I think what they're saying is that is a qualifier that in my mind, first you have shall language, which is obligatory. And then you've got this language, which is to the extent practicable, which is a qualifier for that requirement, which I believe then alleviates the obligatory component of the paragraph. So I agree. I agree.
Sorry, I said that out loud. Okay, so
President Ortiz.
Yes. Let's go with Member Else and then Member Hudson.
Another piece of this as well. I didn't bring this up to, throw sparks out in the room by any means. I don't know anybody that's not offering these courses. I think the big concern is we may be limiting students' choices by making that one mandatory. These courses, I believe everybody is doing their absolute best to offer as many courses as they can pertaining to these scenarios. I don't know of students anywhere that don't have the access to it. I'm just concerned that this language and making that humanities credit mandatory will end up limiting students' options of what courses they have to take.
I think that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, you.
No, you go. I don't even want to ask the question now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. My one thing was, I don't think it's an issue of if it's offered. I think it's an issue of what we expect our graduates, the skills that we want our graduates to have. And to touch on a little bit before that, I think a lot of the courses that we kind of perceive as electives are sometimes can count towards those other credits. I think at least in my district, if you have your third year of the leadership course is actually counted as an arts and humanities credit because of how much art you put into student council. And so that is something to keep in mind.
So there's what you're telling me, Member Keys, is that there's ways for districts to ensure that students are achieving the goals if they show commitment to certain topics.
I would need some clarification with Superintendent Ebert, someone from the department, but I think that would be the case.
So, President Ortiz, I 100% agree. I think that's the point that I'm trying to make as well. I believe it's already happening. I just think that once it's written into to limit it, I think it will end up impacting students negatively that won't end up having that choice.
Okay. All right. Well, in the spirit of keeping this agenda moving, I will go ahead and open it up for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion approving with the humanities credits not becoming a requirement and still remaining with the 6 elective credits.
Can we do that, Doug? Since we just
as long as everybody understands the motion, yes.
Sorry?
As long as everybody understands the motion, yes.
Okay. Team, I'll entertain a second.
Member Hudson, second.
Discussion? Any discussion?
Madam President?
Yes, Member Carlton?
This is Member Carlton. This one has been a little bit hard for me to wrap my brain around, but I think ultimately I boil it down to this. We require math, we require science, we require a lot of different things. There are some kids that arts and humanities, they may not ever choose it unless it's required. If we're going to require other things, then why would we not put a requirement in for arts and humanities? There's multiple, and I appreciate Mr. Key's point of we want well-rounded students. If there are some kids that don't do math, but we require them to do math. I mean, to me, this is just making sure that they're exposed to it. And I know there's a lot of options. They're going to get it in other ways, but they may not choose to do it because they may not be put on a path. Some students pick electives because that's where their family guides them on certain things. And this gives them an opportunity to be exposed to something that they may not have gotten exposure to before. So in my mind, having this as a requirement may limit some of the other electives, but they're just that. They're electives. They're not requirements. So I would support Member Keys in what he's trying to do on this.
Just for semantic, this might just be a naming thing, but Member Carlton, if you could clarify, like I was thinking about arts and humanities, I think probably in the broadest sense. And so if I think about like literature falling under that, students are getting that in many multiple English courses. And so I do think there's some duplication. And when you look at the standards of the content areas, they do include lots of portions of what we would probably say broadly is arts and humanities. So to me, it seemed like maybe we were double counting arts and humanities versus that's not true and how the other things. Now there's lots of other places though in the arts that maybe are not captured, right? And so maybe that's what you're getting at. But I was sort of thinking about some of those other courses, you know, history, like art, or sorry, literature being sort of inclusive of arts and humanities.
To touch on what Member Carlton said a little bit more, like through my perspective, and yes, arts and humanities kind of includes the English, but a lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the English courses in the high school teach like composition, research, like that. Not the more like art side of it. They do include that, but even past that, I feel like by still having the math and English and science, it kind of discredits the arts more than they already are. We're not, if we get rid of it, we're not like saying that arts is a class that we think that graduates should take, if that makes sense.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. We've had discussion. May I take a vote? Any member Tate, would you please repeat your motion?
Yes, I just have one clarifying question for Mr. Statuki, if that's all right. And I think I'm on the right track. I may be wrong, but for the CCR diploma, it is a requirement, correct? And for we're talking about the standard diploma right now. So the standard diploma, it's an option. Am I correct in that?
Correct, Statuki, for the record, through you, Vice President Duckweiler, team member else. So the language that you're currently discussing is specific to the standard diploma. The advanced diploma that's in another section in that regulation or has language already in it that wasn't up for discussion. The discussion around the standard diploma really came about from the April meeting around where school districts are currently applying world history and geography. And some school districts, I believe the Clark County School District, and I'm sure Monica can correct me if I'm wrong, is applying it to the arts and humanities class as part of that standard diploma. Other school districts, Washoe County School District and Douglas County School District specifically, are applying it to the flex credit. And so when their concern that initial meeting is that creating world history or geography as a separate line item would actually prevent graduations because they wouldn't have they wouldn't have the coursework for the flex credit to assist on those standards diplomas. So we are discussing this language today. It is specific to this current discussion is specific to the standard diploma.
Okay, thank you. All right. So Member Dockweiler, I'd like to restate my motion. That's all right?
Thank you.
All right. I would like to move forward with approving Regulation R099-23P relating to the adult and higher regular high school diploma, with the exception of the standard diploma only requiring 6 elective credits and not requiring the humanities credit. Did I cover it? The arts and humanities credit.
Thank you. And we had a second, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Hearing none. Those opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions?
Member Hughes, I abstain.
I abstain as well. 3 abstentions, 2 nays. Make sure I'm capturing that correctly. So that does not pass. Would someone like to make another motion? Member Keys?
I move to approve the proposed regulation revising certain eligibility and course requirements for graduation from public high school.
Do I have a second?
I would second Member Cantu.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We've had a question to repeat the motion, please.
Sorry, I missed part of it. Can you repeat that?
I move to approve the proposed regulation revising certain eligibility and course requirements for graduation from public high school.
Thank you for restating. Thank you, Member Cantu, for the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 I hear two. Opposed? Abstentions?
Member Hughes, I'm abstaining.
Myself as well. That motion also does not pass. Just a moment. Angie, can you remind us of the count on that last vote, please?
I think it was Keys, Cantu.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Member Keys is not a voting member. I care about you deeply, but he is not a voting member.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. That was where the confusion was coming in.
I made sure that.
Angie, please proceed. So I will look to the DAG and Superintendent Ebert as to our options. We've had two failed motions, and it sounds like we may need some more information on this item before the board feels confident moving forward. How would you recommend proceeding? Should we push this to the next board meeting?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, based on the two failed proposals, yes, I would recommend that we push this to another meeting as soon as possible so that everyone is aware. And Dag, correct me if I'm misstep. Since this has been heard multiple times, the time frame could be as quickly as 3 days, and following the proper posting. I feel like this board would like some more conversation and those types of things. So I'm not saying that it would be in 3 days from now, but once we share additional information as requested, the board could get it moving so that school districts can move forward and make sure that our students are scheduled appropriately to earn a standard diploma.
Yeah, just so to be clear, you have multiple options here. You could simply decline to do anything here today and never bring it back on your agenda. You could bring it back on your next agenda. You have all the options in the world with how you guys want to proceed with this. But certainly the option that Superintendent Ebert proposed is available.
Thank you, Dag Burkett. Let's move this item forward. We will table it for today. We will move it forward to our July meeting, July 31st, or sooner should that information be prepared and ready for the board to receive.
And this member Hughes, if I could just add one thing, and others chime in if there'd be particular data or information that'd be helpful. From my perspective, I mentioned this earlier, but I think it'd be helpful just to sort of like have a side-by-side comparison and maybe a couple of different districts represented of what the real implications are. So sort of like, if this is a set of requirements, here's a couple of student examples, and here would be the implications of a urban district, rural district, like however, but we don't have to get too crazy, but I just think seeing it from like a student and family perspective is what's going to be most like simplify all of this. And it's just like credit numbers, course offerings, here are my options. Like simple as we can get, I think would be just helpful for me anyways. So thank you and apologies for the extra work I know that will cause.
Thank you, Member Hughes. With that, we will move on to item number 15, information and discussion regarding Department of Education guidance on artificial intelligence in the schools. We will hear a presentation from Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent for Student Achievement, and Janie Malorny, Education Programs Professional for the Office of Teaching and Learning, regarding the ethics statement and guidance around the use of artificial intelligences for educational purposes. Please come forward and proceed when you are ready.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent of the Student Achievement Division, and I'm joined by my colleague, Janie Malorny, an Education Program Professional in our Office of Teaching and Learning. And I don't see the presentations. I'm going to wait just a minute.
It's on. I'm unsure why.
Janie, would you like David to run it?
We're just having some technical difficulties. It was showing and now it's not. So we're just going to try to replug it.
All right, thank you.
I mean,
It is 1 o'clock and we will reconvene this meeting. I believe the presentation will be displayed from Carson City, and we will wait until that is pulled up. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon again. For the record, Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent for the Student Achievement Division. And we are here today to speak with you about the AI Alliance of Nevada. All right, so a little bit of a history on this. The Nevada Department of Education has partnered with the Leadership Institute of Nevada, LION, and through funding from the Nevada Community Foundation to form an artificial intelligence AI task force, Nevada AI Alliance, to develop comprehensive guidance on the ethical use of AI in the PK through 12th grade learning setting. Through input from education partners, the culminating work will include supporting learning environments, curriculum integration, accessing and evaluating research and data, and college and career preparedness for students. And the anticipated completion of this initial work is this month, June of 2024. And we have 3 phases for this work. Our first phase was we collected feedback from stakeholders from across the state during town hall meetings that we offered both in person and virtually. The information collected is being used to write an ethics statement and to produce guidance for the use of AI in the PK-12 setting. Our second phase is the development and of resources and professional learning. So we are working to collect and develop resources for educators, parents, and students, as well as planning a statewide AI conference that will take place in December. And phase 3 is going to be continued revisions to our guidance documents and offerings for professional learning opportunities and resources for educators, families, and students. As we know, AI is continuing to evolve and change, and we need to make sure that we stay up to date on the research, on resources, and continue to be fluid in the supports that we're offering to our community across the state. We have within this work, we're not doing this work in isolation. We have our AI Alliance as a partnership. So the middle circle you see is our AI Alliance of Nevada. And that's a partnership both here internally at NDE, as well as with partners from both district and school buildings across Nevada. We are working, as I stated, with LION. They have been a great partner in helping us to do our outreach and reaching out to parents, students, teachers, administrators, community members. And then lastly, we have our executive steering committee. I'm going to share a little bit more with you about that committee a few slides on, but want to make sure that we are sharing that this is not work done in isolation. We are working very closely with others to make sure that we are listening to the voices that are out there and that we have a lot of participation. And Janie is going to share a little bit about that with you later. And I'm going to pass it on right now to Janie, and she's going to go over our objectives.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. I'm Janie Maloney for the record. So some of the objectives that if you want to go to the next slide, please. So some of our objectives that we looked at, especially when we held our town halls and our focus groups, was really wanting to know what they thought. And so we actually held focus groups and town halls with students, with parents, with teachers, with educators, with community members, and we had them actually in separate sessions so that the individuals would feel more comfortable potentially to really answer questions amongst their own peers versus just one big hall of who wanted to come in. And so with that, we were really wanting to know what they thought, really. Like I started every town hall with, what does AI mean to you? Really wanted to know what they thought and what they've heard. Typically by the beginning from any town hall, it was, oh my gosh, it could be scary, to wait a second, I think this is something that's necessary. So it was really great to hear the conversation. I think it was great for the community members that were in the room to hear the conversation so that we could kind of get a gauge of where everybody's at. As we facilitated these sessions, we were gathering data to really gain knowledge about how we want to create our guidance and an ethics statement, what that's going to encompass, what that should look like. What does that actually mean? What does AI mean in Nevada? And then this is also then going to help us with our phase 2 and phase 3 when we really think about how we're going to help roll this out into our classrooms and how we can help families with their students in the classrooms. So the one biggest takeaway is this is not something that we can do in silos. When we think about professional learning, it has to be for all. And we have to tier it, right? We have to really think about where's everybody's entry point and how we're going to move them along that pathway of learning. Next slide, please. So you can kind of see the dates. I spent March and April. I got to travel the beautiful state of Nevada, did a lot of driving across the state. So was venturing in a couple of different districts. And so it was super fantastic. And drove from Humboldt down to Lincoln County. I did an impromptu one also in Lincoln County. And then we held one in Carson City, in Clark, and then virtual. We held a total of 28 town hall and focus groups around the state. And then we did held one virtual one. That's for both students, educators, and then for community. So we tried to really get as many voices as possible to really participate and just let us know what they know, where they're coming from. And now we know what we need to do moving forward. Next slide.
All right, thank you, Janie. So a little bit more about our executive steering committee. The information that we've collected through those town halls, we've been sharing that information with this committee. We wanted to make sure that we were listening to the voices across Nevada, but then we also wanted to make sure that we had experts in the field that could provide us with feedback and resources. So the members of our executive steering committee are comprised of professionals from a variety of industries. They include private business, PK through 12th grade education, higher ed, and other areas. These individuals play a critical role in providing guidance, research, and feedback in formulating our ethics statement and initial guidance for use of AI in our PK through 12th grade setting. This group brings a great deal of expertise that supports our team in ensuring that we are adhering to the principles of fairness, transparency, and equity. And by collaborating across sectors, our goal is to ensure that we promote the responsible use of AI and provide guidance around safeguards that must be in place. We have 14 members currently of our committee. There are 4 individuals from the business community, 3 from higher ed, 4 from PK through 12, and then 3 who are in other industries, and those would qualify under working in both public service and nonprofits. We've heard feedback as we've gone across the state and heard from different people that we should increase the numbers of people within that committee, including to have some student voice. And so we are looking into those opportunities as well. Our culminating meeting is coming up this month, but there's definitely time to add some additional people to that committee so we make sure that we have a wide range of people that are helping us in putting these statements and guidance out.
Thank you, Deputy. Again, Janie Mourning for the record. And so over the next couple slides, we're just going to kind of go over high level big takeaways that we learned from our town halls and focus groups. So next slide, please. Much conversation was based off of actual access and infrastructure. We cannot provide equitable access to AI if we are still having issues with broadband connections, with connectivity, and then devices. So really it was about how do we also ensure, right, that our, actually all community members, every resident, right, has access to what even AI should look like or could look like with an actual device. So a lot of discussion just about infrastructure itself. That was a big part of many discussions is how do we ensure, again, connectivity. Since the pandemic, this state, Nevada, has done a fantastic job on a one-to-one, but now we need to ensure, right, that those devices are current. So if we're thinking about just time-wise, that was 4 years ago that potentially they would have received a Chromebook or device. In the world of technology and now in the world of AI, those are old. Those are completely obsolete. And so we need to think about that when we think about how we're going to provide access moving forward. Another big piece that was very important for us to think about and that came up repeatedly in different elements was operational aspects of it. And so what does that mean? What does AI actually look like if we were to make it operational in the classroom? And so many times I would hear, is a robot going to replace me as an educator? My answer was no. I mean, at least like not yet, right? Like we're not yet. I don't know if I see a world where that's happening, but I do see a world where it could be supportive. Don't know if I see a world of replacement, because the idea of critical thinking skills is still something that I think we all would stand behind, that our kids need to practice more, and we need to have more opportunities for our students to actually really dig deep into inquiry and what critical thinking should and could look like. AI can help with some of the minutia on top, and then we can allow the time for actually teachers to build relationships, talk to kids more, right? You have that more one-on-one and really then help deliver and expect, right, higher level of critical thinking in the classroom. Additionally, it's about integration. So a lot of conversations around personalized learning, which when we think about what AI could do is how much could that elevate us in a much faster route, right? If we can, in a sense, multiply facilitators of learning in classrooms. And that's something that potentially AI could do. It could help with supporting teacher retention. It could help with supporting teacher recruitment. I actually believe it's going to reinvigorate the profession, because it's going to change not only what a teacher does, but the outlook, right, for every educator in any type of learning setting. Next slide, please. So kind of paralleling with the infrastructure discussion, again, access and equity was talked about quite a lot, really prioritizing what we need to do to ensure that all of our schools, all of our students have access and have the access that they need to actually implement AI. You can have a device, but in some of the platforms and software where AI would potentially be used in a classroom, we need to make sure it's current, and we need to make sure that it's has the large enough capacity to actually work. Some of our Chromebooks may not. So we have to think about those access points across the state. I talked a lot about human-centered and ensuring that the human interaction was incredibly important, and that this was not something that we were saying, oh, we're just going to replace, right? We went through a pandemic where I believe we had much more instruction from a device. Using a device to just teach is different than using a device for learning. So this is the same regards to AI. We want to ensure that the skills that are being implemented and really practice, right, are going to help our students in their future so that they become productive community members. There is not a job or a career set right now that is not going to be impacted by a computer, by technology, and by AI. So and for us to prepare our students, we have to think about this now. I just had read a statistic that 72% of all jobs will be changing by 2030 due to AI. That is 5.5 years away. That was a startling statistic for me. So we don't want to be behind that 8 ball. We want to prepare our students so that they can be the best person that they can be in whatever pathway they choose to go down. Next slide, please. Safeguarding. So talking about safeguarding. So how are we going to ensure, right, our students are safe? How are we going to ensure that it's safe to use AI and technology in the classroom? How are we going to ensure that our teachers are also safe, not only with their information, right, but with information of their students? This was a huge piece of considerations and a lot of discussion around, and this is going to be, I would say, a major part of what the guidance document will contain, is how are we going to ensure that? we have data restrictions, right? We have restrictions that we have to follow. We know we have federal laws that we have to follow. And so we have to think about what that's going to look like and how we're going to help ensure our teachers are well aware of what that still needs to look like with AI. What I have told many people is whatever you put into any AI large language model, it's there forever. That now becomes part of the data set. So we need to make sure that we're very explicit in providing that professional learning for anyone, actually, parents too, about what that could mean if you were to release data, right? And what does data mean? So really having a deep dive is what is data? What should be shared? What should be shared? Again, more concerns, really addressing ideas of will AI replace a human? Also about some biases. So we know just due to how AI is generated, right? It's taking the 21 trillion pieces of data that are out right now over the last 21 years. And now it has a way to essentially start to finite and piece that data together in a very quick way. So you don't have to spend that time researching, but we have to always make sure, right, that AI might be the first thing you use, but I like to say it should never be the last. You need to make sure you have that human eyes on it. You need to have that authentic voice with it. You need to make sure that you're double checking. We need to make sure that it is something that is real and not just what you're reading on a screen. So we have to think about these concerns as we're thinking about our future. AI is the worst it is right now. It's only going to improve and get better. So we want to make sure that we are always teaching and that we are always learning. I said this in every focus group, this guidance document that we are producing is not a one and done. So I said, like, we're not going to PDF it, meaning like we will keep coming back to it because this is always going to be changing and growing. Next slide, please. So again, looking at how we're going to improve, right, learning in the classroom with technology, increasing efficiency for educators. And the last one on this slide is really about digital and media literacy skills. This is really critical now as we think about, as our last conversation about graduation requirements. But when we think about our skill sets that our students now need to be productive members of their community, teaching digital and media literacy skills are now going to be just as crucial as teaching foundations of reading. We have to make sure that our students have these skill sets to move forward. These skill sets will not only help them advance in their learning, it's going to help educators in their classroom with theirs as well, which means it should hopefully, right, increase their efficiency and hopefully they work potentially harder and not so much more. Like we know we have a teacher problem, right? We need way more teachers. Hopefully this can help entice that profession a little bit and bring people in, and we can keep our teachers because we can hopefully help with workloads. Next slide, please. This is the last piece of just some highlights to discuss. So one of the biggest areas that I found most interesting was when I talked to the students. So I talked to students in both Clark County, I talked to students in Winnemucca, and I talked to students in Washoe County and in Carson City. And the students was the group that was most concerned with creativity and authentic voice. That was really interesting. They really wanted to ensure that AI was not going to take their original thoughts away. So if they wanted to create a poem, it would be from them. And so they wanted to really have that discussion on, well, how are you going to ensure that it's me and it's not somebody else? So it was that, I thought that was very interesting, particularly from students where I honestly would have thought it would have been from the educators, but it wasn't, it was from our students. They really want to say, look, I have a lot to say and I want my voice heard. Just like how we've talked about with efficiency, this will help with teaching and learning. This will help with all educators in a school building, regardless of position. This will help with efficiency. This will help with productivity, and how we can just really help expand essentially room for what you're doing in your day, right? How many times do we hear from our educators the stuff, the things that they have to do? Well, we should be spending more time, right, with our students to ensure that they're learning and taking away some of those other things. And as we advance and we think about the Portrait of a Learner in Nevada, and we think about competency-based learning and personalized learning, this has the potential to really help provide practice learning skill sets for students at a much increasingly higher rate of what they need. So moving away from essentially time-based to really about mastery of learning. With that, next slide. I'm happy to take any questions. This was an awesome experience for me. I got to speak to so many community members of all ages across the state. It was in a very enlightening conversation, and I learned so much. I learned where our community is as a whole in Nevada, and really what they need for support. So thank you for allowing us to speak today, and we'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Lots of good, exciting things coming. Any questions from board members?
Yes, please.
Okay, Member Carlton.
Thank you very much. This was very enlightening. I appreciate you doing this, and I've been on some of those roads, so I realize what you were driving through. Was there any conversations about some of the misinformation that's out there? Because I did a little experiment, and I had it write 3 bios for me, and they all three came out different. 2 were correct, 1 was not, because there was information out there that someone had misprinted at some time. So was there any conversation? Because when students are accessing this information, we want to make sure they're getting the real thing.
Janie Maloney, for the record, yes, there was lots of conversation around misinformation and miscommunication, and actually misunderstandings of what actually AI is, should be used for, could be used for, and how it could be used now versus the future. And so a lot of those discussions really kind of centered around thinking about what those skills are and ensuring that not only are our students, but really anybody, all adults, that we're really thinking about what is corroboration, right? I am a previous social studies teacher. I taught corroboration. I'm going to tell you, I don't know if it's being taught as much anymore. It was, right, because you have the internet and that assumption is it's right. Well, I'm going to be here to tell you, sometimes it's wrong. And so we have to teach not only our teachers, but our kids and our families that they have to go back. They have to reread. They have to find another source. I used to always tell my students when I taught high school, Wikipedia, don't use. But what you do use in Wikipedia, if you scroll down, you find all those resources that is in Wikipedia, and now we start to really vet those sources, right? We have to really go back and vet our sources. And there's a point where we have to say, does that sound right? Like, does this sound right? Like, is this right? And we have to kind of start to trust our gut a little bit and then question. And it's okay to question. It's okay to question. It's okay for students to question teachers, teachers to question teachers, teachers to question students. Questioning should happen. And I think this is something that really came out in our discussions, is that we just can't take it for granted that what we're reading is right.
Thank you. Member Keys?
I kind of had 2-ish questions, kind of one. Did you talk to them at all about how the students specifically and the teachers, how they're currently using AI? And if so, I'm not sure if you went to any school districts that have like banned ChatGPT or blocked ChatGPT or other AI sources on their website, and how has that affected their use of it?
Jenny Morey, again, for the record. So yeah, so we talked explicitly about what they're using as far as what teachers are using and what students are using. Right now, in most of our school districts, students aren't explicitly, I would say, using it in the classroom. With that being said, I guarantee you all students are using it outside of the learning setting. So we have to essentially honor that. We have to know and say, we know our students are using this, so how are we going to use this accurately and effectively? With our teachers, there's quite a few educational platforms that are wonderful to support teacher, to really help support designing learning and designing learning experiences for all students of all ages. And so we did talk about what were some of those platforms that were being used and how they were using it. I will tell you, during the town halls, I used AI to do this. So I had AI that was recording, and I had AI that was transcribing. And then I had AI that actually helped me take the transcription, develop summaries, develop action statements. So modeling, right, what AI could do in this setting. And I will tell you, so I'll give you 2 instances, 2 examples that to me really stick out as why for me this is super exciting. One, I actually was in a room with 50 parents who do not speak English at all. in Clark County. And so I had this focus group. I was having these conversations, and questions were just too difficult. They just didn't have any background knowledge. So being the teacher that I am, once you're a teacher, you're always a teacher, kind of went through the questions and had to teach it, had to teach them what this means and what it looked like. So we had translation happening, right? So everybody was wearing a headset. They were talking in their ears. They're talking back. I, of course, was the teacher. It was an English class. So I was like, let's practice our English. So trying to have them speak English in their responses. Some were hard and it was difficult. So we had English speaking, we had Spanish speaking, we had Chinese speaking, all happening at once. And to watch the AI itself try to like distinguish all that was comical for me. And so, right. So it came to true life. Like this always isn't accurate because it's not. But what they got to see is it in action. So I actually showed them on ChatGPT like how to plan a trip. And they were like, they had no idea. They were all very shocked about what they could do. And so a lot of them were like, oh, well, sign me up. And I think half of them signed up that day. My next story is with the student in Clark County. The student was actually hearing impaired. And she was using AI to communicate effectively with not only me, but her whole group. Now, I will tell you, I had no idea she was hearing impaired. I had no idea because she didn't have a translator, right? She wasn't signing. She wasn't, performing ASL. But she was completely in the moment, responsive and inclusive in the conversation. Sorry, I had goosebumps. It was the coolest thing to see because this student could listen and could talk just like everybody else. And so for her, this inclusivity is changing her life. And so I think from that for me really shifted my mindset about what this could do and how this could help our students.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing those examples. Member Hughes?
Yeah, I just had one comment and then a quick question. And I'm sure I know we're sort of like, we'll iterate on this, but I was at this conference recently at Stanford with all these researchers in AI from different disciplines. Super interesting, the things they were bringing up. I was like, oh, I'd never even thought about that. But one thing they talked a lot about was this section you had termed safeguarding AI technology. And one of the things they were saying, there's a fear in education because they were equating to healthcare in saying that when we got overly restrictive of data and privacy, even when it was like randomized and you couldn't attach data to a person, that it's significantly slowed down like things like cancer research because there's very limited data sets that we could have been capitalizing on. And when I've seen like some prototypes of like some cool AI tools that like tell teachers like, if students get this answer, they probably misunderstand this. You should ask them this question next. It's like all relying upon like lots of data. So I just point that out because I think like that one is super important to get right to protect people. And also the whole thing is predicated on data. And so if we don't actually provide it good data, the usefulness is limited. So I hope that we'll sort of go deeper into that one. As we evolve this, I think that will be one of the trickier balances to figure out. Which sort of leads me to my question, which is are we coordinating yet with federal government or federal Department of Ed? Because I know that eventually there'll be stuff that then will supersede the stuff we're doing it sort of in tandem with them, or we're just sort of doing our own thing and there's other federal guidance. Like, what's that interplay look like?
Deputy Superintendent, do you want to take that question or would you like me to answer?
I'll answer, and then if you have anything to add, Janie, thank you. Deputy Superintendent Anne Marie Dixon, for the record. There has been some guidance that has come out from U.S. Department of Ed, and we do keep up to date with that. We do know that many states are putting together guidance right now, and that some states are putting that guidance out without gaining feedback. And as far as I'm aware, the U.S. Department of Education has not done any outreach for feedback. So the thing that we're think is very important is that we gain that feedback and make sure that we have Nevada specific examples. And then our hope is to be able to share those examples and make sure that as guidance does come out, that the voices of Nevada are heard. So as opportunities arise, I know that Superintendent Ebert is very in touch with all people federal level and across the nation, and she does share the good work that we're doing in Nevada and make sure that some of the guidance that we're working on is shared across the nation.
And Janie Miller, for the record, just to add to that, Because that piece is also so critical, and we really wanted to ensure that we had strong conversations and feedback within our state. So essentially we took time. We felt it was more important, excuse me, to get and to gather the data and feedback from our state versus issuing guidance right immediately. And we've seen this now in other states that have issued guidance that actually already have kind of peeled back their guidance and already has a second, third iteration. So when I say the comment, we don't PDF it, we will be having multiple iterations, but we did want to make sure that we had feedback from all of our community partners to really think about where we wanted to go and what does AI mean in Nevada. The federal government did release the National Technology Plan in December, and it touched on this a little bit, but it did not issue full, what I would call national guidance. And I think that there's a lot of organizations, including the USDOE, thinking like, well, what is this going to be? And so we are also with kind of trying to keep our thinking caps on and not rushing to the finish line, but we do want to make sure that we are very inclusive and that we do this right.
Thank you so much. Member Cantu, you have a question.
Member Cantu, for the record, thank you. So my question has to do with, based on an experience I had this past winter. I sat on a scholarship committee, and we were selecting students for these college scholarships. And what we heard from the individual who ran the scholarship program was that most of the submissions that they had been generated by ChatGPT or aided by ChatGPT. So, for me, on the one hand, are we going to look at AI like we used to look when calculators came around? I mean, I'm so old. When calculators came around, everybody thought that using a calculator was cheating. So using AI to write your response, cheating. I guess academic integrity is where I'm going. That's what I'm asking about.
Janie Moy, for record, I will start, and then Deputy Superintendent, please jump in if I've missed anything. So that was that we talked about at both, especially at the educator and the student level. And what does that mean and what does that look like? What I can say is, and this is what I've said to everybody, is it's really hard to go from 0 to 1. It's really hard, right? Blank pages are really hard to do. So if AI were to help us go from 0 to 1, and then you take it from 1 to 100, right? It's a support. And if we think of AI as a support, as a tool, not as the only and not as the end result, I'm confident that we can help support our educators and students to think about how much they should be using. I don't know if we can quantify how much you can and cannot use, right? I don't know, and I don't think, nor do I believe we should regulate how much we should and should not use. So I think that those are going to be conversations that we will continue to have, and I think that those will be conversations that will grow, especially as we learn more and as more platforms, right, develop. We've already seen, especially ChatGPT, right, went from ChatGPT to 3.5 to 4, now 4.0. So like this, in a matter of a year and a half, it's already evolved so much. And so, I think technology at one point, right, it was 18 months, and now, and that was obsolete. With this, I'm going to say 3 months. And then, everything's just going to keep growing at such an exponential rate. But those conversations that we definitely have to have, because that's going to happen. And I think we have to say it's going to happen. So now what do we do about it? How do we actually teach our teachers, and how do we help teach our kids about why they shouldn't use that? And what is actually academic integrity? What does that actually mean? We used to just say it, but now we need to actually say, what does this mean? What does this look like? And why is this actually bad?
Thank you, Janie. And if I can just add, we are planning on having the information that we collected drive the conference that we will have in December. And we do know that we did hear from many of our students when we asked, how the tool was being used. They were the first ones to say, well, of course, if I just utilized what was created by ChatGPT, that would be cheating. I need to make sure that I reread it. So our students are already saying that. But as far as making sure that we have that as a focus area, that is definitely something that we will focus on to present to our teachers in December at our conference.
Thank you. I love the opportunity for the and how you can embed different character and SEL lessons into this work, such as self-regulation and integrity, the things that you mentioned. So really plays into our portrait of a learner. Excellent. Thank you. Seeing one more question from Member Keys.
Was there any discussion on how AI can, how it relates to current technical education, especially with, like you said, 75% of careers using it somehow? Was there any discussion about that? Have you had any ideas on how, are you going to incorporate in CTE, and how would that work?
Janie Moy, for the record, yes, we had lots of conversations. And especially in the groups with students and with parents, I asked the question, how will this change the workforce? And nobody said it's not going to change, right? There was essentially 100% agreement across the board, across all educational partner groups, that these are skill sets that have to be embedded and it has to be taught in K-12. We can't essentially put our heads in the sand and be like, oh, that's not for us, it's going to be higher ed. It has to be something that we address and that we help and provide really space and learning space for our students to practice and learning. What's unique in this situation is not only are our students going to be practicing learning, but so are the adults. So all of our teachers, all of our administrators, all of our families are going to be in that same space. And we have to, know that this is a massive shift, right, in what skills are going to look like and what skills need to be really explicitly taught, and then what those outcomes need to be once they graduate, so that they are going to be competitive and they can enter the marketplace to do that. And so there was full agreement that that had to be done. Talking with CTE, I'm not the CTE expert, but I would find it hard to not think about that's not going to be incorporated. I do know we have a couple pathways where that's already going to be inclusive in what that learning is going to look like.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Maloney, for your presentation, and thank you, Deputy Superintendent Dixon, for the presentation as well. We look forward to learning more as you learn more, so thank you. We'll move on to item number 16, and at this time we'll hear a presentation from Joan Jackson, Dr. Kevin Laxall, Mark Rincon, Education Program Professionals within the Office of Teaching and Learning, regarding aspects of the provisions outlined in AB 400 relative to Read by Grade 3. Please come up to the podium, the table, and proceed when ready.
All right, good afternoon, Vice President Dockweiler, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present information about Nevada's Read by Grade 3 program. My name is Joan Jackson, and I am an education programs professional on the Read by Grade 3 team here at NDE. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Dr. Kevin Marie Laxalt and Mark Rincon. Our presentation today will include follow-up information on the 7 items for further exploration that were provided by the board.
These items are listed here and they include retention policies in other states, the retention component as outlined in AB 400, uniform examination and alternative assessment, AB 289 and AB 400 crosswalk document, good cause exemptions, read by grade 3 literacy specialist, and then we'll wrap up with instruction and intervention components. So starting with question 1 regarding mandatory retention policies in other states similar to those outlined in Nevada's AB 400 section 71 subsection 1. According to a report from the Education Commission of the states, at least 25 states and the District of Columbia have policies that either allow for or require retention in the 3rd grade. 15 states require retention in 3rd grade and provide good cause exemptions, and then the remaining states allow for retention with policies that are being determined at the local levels. So this slide represents the list of states identified by the Education Commission of the states that have policies in place that either require or allow for 3rd grade retentions. We wanted to give you a broad look at the states that do have those policies. These 15 states have mandatory retention policies for students in 3rd grade who do not meet the designated score in reading according to their state policies.
This is Vice President Dockweiler. Can I just ask a clarifying question? How is this different from the previous ones? Do these not offer good cause exemptions, or what's the difference?
So, Joan Jackson for the record. So on this slide where it has the list of 25, this is the inclusive list that have any kind of a retention policy. Some are mandatory and some are possible but not required. So when we narrow down to this slide, these are the 15 that have mandatory retention policies.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the second part of question 1 was, in states with mandatory retention, how many of those students who were identified were actually retained? So our team has actually consulted a number of sources to locate information on the promotion retention decisions in states with mandatory retention policies. The next few slides will highlight data from 3 states, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Ohio. Okay, so we'll start with Mississippi. So for the 2022-2023 school year, 6.5% or 2,078 students out of 31,815 were retained in 3rd grade in the state of Mississippi. So of the 31,815 students that were tested during that 22-23 school year, 48% of the students didn't demonstrate proficiency on the 3rd grade state English language arts assessment. 85%, or about a little over 27,000 students, met the required score on Mississippi's 3rd grade reading assessment for promotion, which is their alternative assessment. Included in that 85% are 16% who were promoted by good cause exemption. When we look at North Carolina, again, during the 2022-2023 school year, 113,916 students were enrolled in 3rd grade, which I didn't know their state was so dense. I was very surprised by that. Of those almost 114,000 students, 51.8%, so about 59,000 3rd graders, didn't demonstrate reading proficiency on their state test. Of those 59,000 students, 12,654 qualified for an exemption, and ultimately 22.6%, or almost 26,000 students, were retained in grade 3. And finally, we'll look at Ohio. This slide shows data from the 2018-2019 school year. They paused during the pandemic and then picked up the promotion retention decision making again for 2022-23, but I couldn't locate data on that. So this is looking at data from the 2018-2019 school year for their state. So 5%, or a little over 6,000 3rd grade students, were retained as a result of Ohio's reading guarantee policies. 110,635 students met the minimum score for promotion on their fall and/or spring reading test. A little over 4,000 students met the minimum score on their alternative reading test. 48 students met the minimum score for promotion on a summer reading test. So their students had multiple opportunities to test in order to promote. And 7,537 students were exempt from the third grade reading guarantee. So they're good cause exemptions or some other reason.
So we were asked a second question, and that question is, what role autonomy does the principal actually have? Can the district superintendent supersede the principal's determination or put in a district policy that undermines the principal's autonomy? To answer this question, if a student qualifies for a good cause exemption, the principal must submit a written recommendation to the superintendent of schools or the governing body of the charter school. Approval or denial of the request will be given to the principal, who must notify the parents or guardians of the decision. This is found in AB 400, Section 72. Additionally, we would like to note that teacher and principal in joint agreement have the final authority to retain a student. Within AB 400, this was found in Section 74. And lastly, we just want to note that district policies cannot supersede laws and regulations. We
have a couple questions up here. I'll go ahead, Member Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the charter front, if it's going to their board, is that part of a public record where we're putting an individual set of students' names out there that people could access? Do we know how that privacy sort of portion of it works? Because I imagine a school district, there's a bunch of people internally and no one would see that externally. But if it's a charter authority or if it's a charter board, maybe that looks different.
Mark Rincon for the record. I would like to refer to the DAG on this.
Yeah, so the charter board is certainly a quasi-public entity. What's the precise question?
Sorry, Member Hughes, if a principal is submitting information about students and their wherever they are in their reading proficiency to a governing body of the charter school, does that then violate some sort of student rights, because then that becomes sort of like a public document in record?
Well, it would be a public document. I can't give you an answer as to the substantive issue as whether it violates student rights. I'd have to look at the statute. But it definitely would be a public document. It would be a document that would be discoverable and subject to the public records request.
This is Member Cantu. So for clarification, in looking at this slide, page 10, on the first bullet, it talks about, making the recommendation to the governing body and the superintendent. And then it says approval or denial of the request will be given to the principal. I'm assuming that's the denial or approval by the governing body or the superintendent. But then it says the teacher and principal in joint agreement have the final authority to retain a student. Does that, well, one question is, does the teacher and principal then have the authority to override what the governing body is doing? That's my first question. And the second is, is it problematic to have this joint agreement between an unequal power differential between the teacher and a principal?
Mark Rincon for the record. We would like to just go back and just investigate this a little more, and then we could come back and give you an answer.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good for you to proceed. Thank you.
We were also asked to identify the uniform assessment and mandatory score a student must obtain to be promoted to fourth grade. So to help us answer this, what does the current regulation state within Nevada state law? The uniform assessment that Nevada currently uses that meets the federal requirements for assessing all students in grades 3 through 8 is the Smarter Balanced English Language Arts Assessment. In addition, to help us understand this question a little more further, we would need to examine what are some different options for cut scores. So we would need to look at determine the MAP growth percentile that aligns with level 1 and level 2 of SBAC. We were also asked, what are some options for different assessments, including a testing matrix? So to help us understand this, the uniform assessment must meet the criteria of being valid, reliable, and standards-based per AB 289. One specific assessment could be designated as the uniform assessment for all K to 3 students, or one assessment could be designated as the uniform assessment per grade level. That is, one for kindergarten, one for first grade, one for second grade, and one for third grade. The next question we were asked, what are some options for different assessments? Per AB 289, it also indicates the requirements of a criterion reference assessment, which also meets the federal assessment requirements. This assessment could potentially fulfill the uniform assessment requirement found within AB 400, but it would also need to fulfill the federal requirements, rules, and laws. Also, it would need to be approved by the Nevada State Legislature. Additionally, we found that the same is true if the criterion reference assessment was selected to meet the alternative assessment requirement within AB 400. Lastly, if the criterion reference assessment does not fulfill the uniform or alternative assessment requirement, then it could still be utilized as a separate assessment for satisfying the federal requirements.
I have a quick question for you. Can you please explain a little more? Because in the law, it says that the State Board of Education will determine the uniform assessment. So can you explain to us why the criterion reference assessment would need to get approved by the legislature? And if that's a question you don't know the answer to, maybe the DAG can help us out.
This is Mark Rincon for the record. I'm going to refer to the DAG to help us answer this.
Yeah, sorry, that's a substantive one again that I just don't have any background information on. I apologize, but we could certainly get you some information, look into it, and get you something down the road. But yeah, I don't have that now. Sorry.
That information at a future date would be appreciated. Thank you.
All right. This is Kevin Marie Laxalt for the record. I'll be examining question number 3 that was posed to us regarding the assessment requirements for K-3 students reading proficiency. Initially, we're going to look at those that are presently on the books in AB 289 of 2019, better known as the Read by Grade 3 Act. And then I will review legal statute that's in AB 400. So let me begin with AB 289. What are some of the assessment requirements noted in AB 289? The most critical statement in this part of the law states that the Board of Trustees of each school district and the governing body of each charter school shall prepare a plan to improve the literacy of pupils enrolled in an elementary school. Such a plan must include, without limitation, procedures for assessing a pupil's proficiency in the subject area of reading using valid and reliable standards-based assessments that have been approved by the State Board of Education. Within the Read by Grade 3 Act, there are two descriptors of assessments. We've already mentioned the criterion reference assessments and then also standards-based assessments. It's important to remember that the names of the assessments that are to be used are actually listed in regulation, NAC 388.660. Approved assessments for assessing pupils' proficiency in the subject area of reading for the 2017-2018 school year and each school year thereafter. The State Board hereby approves the following assessments for assessing a pupil's proficiency in the subject area of reading. Number 1, the Brigance Early Childhood Screen 3, KN1, published by Curriculum Associates. And number 2, the Measures of Academic Progress, better known as the MAP Growth Reading Assessment, which is published by the Northwest Evaluation Association. I wanted to provide an update on both of these assessments for you all. The initial assessment, the Brigance, actually served as the kindergarten entry assessment that's required within Read by Grade 3. Oversight of this particular assessment at NDE has been conducted by the Office of Early Learning. I just learned today that they just released an RFP this spring for the next calendar, or for the next, timeline for assessment. Director Patty Oya contacted me and indicated that yesterday the Board of Examiners approved a new contract for a new KEA, and the company that was awarded that contract is Teaching Strategies. Implementation is in the planning phase. With regards to the NWEA MAP assessment, this actual contract with NDE actually concludes at the end, or actually on July 1st, 2025. So this assessment as well will engage, we will be conducting an RFP process between both the Office of Teaching and Learning and members of the ADAM team, our assessment team here at NDE. Plans are underway to begin the creation of this RFP this fall, and decisions will be made next spring.
Dr. Laxalt, I have a process question for you. This is Vice President Dockweiler. Do any of these RFPs come to the State Board of Education, and how can we ensure that the assessments that we ultimately choose, I'm trying to frame this correctly. If we choose an assessment that doesn't win an RFP bid, how can we use that test? I guess, how can we ensure alignment of what is being requested and what decisions the board makes in terms of these assessments?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I was going to say, as you recall, but that, wouldn't. Hello. With that, we have developed the process for assessments where we actually have been asked by this board to present prior to RFPs going forward, that we present those to you, we get your feedback, also inclusive of board members if they so choose in the process. And then depending on which pieces we come back to the board for final approval. Some of the items are required for board approval and some are not.
And just to clarify, Superintendent Ebert, so this one, I know in previous assessments we've been involved in that process you described has happened. I don't recall that happening for the Brigance process. And so I think we probably need some clarity on what should be routed to the State Board or not. Because if I'm reading that NAC there, we ultimately should be doing the regulation around it, but I don't think have had any consultation on the Brigance portion of this. And so it seems like there's a world where we could not update regulations and approve that, and then we're sort of stuck because y'all went forward with the process potentially, and then we're not changing NAC to reflect that new assessment. But it might be misunderstanding.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I think you have two different pieces in this. One is a component that is not reflected in NAC, which is a part of this board to be able to move forward or not on a specific assessment. We also have purchasing, which directs the state on when we should go out for RFPs. So in the instance of the Brigance, as well as currently MAP for reading growth, they have asked the department or directed the department to go out to RFP on those assessments. For the MAP specifically, we were able to attain a 2-year extension on that assessment. So that process will be coming to all of you as we move forward with the Brigance. I would need to turn to my colleagues and find out where we are in that process. But what I do hear you saying, Member Hughes, is in which instances you would like to have us provide have the department provide the board with specifics on each of those ones that are required by statute, which we'd be more than happy to do.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be helpful. Yeah, I just am thinking about the situation of looking at this, the bottom part of the screen here, where, again, if we, for read by grade 3 or any assessment we're using, we could ultimately still not approve making that recommendation, although purchasing may have gone through the process. And so that, again, puts us in another ACT kind of a situation. So I'm trying to be proactive in thinking about those situations, since we do, it seems like from the SNAC, have the authority to sort of approve what assessments we're using.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, yes, I agree with you 100%.
Thank you for helping us to better understand this process, and hopefully things align as things progress. I'd hate for the board to determine that test ABC is the way to go, and then that's not something that is actually vetted through the RFP process. So it's an interesting scenario. So we'll see how things progress. Please feel free to continue with the presentation.
All right. I would like to provide you an overview of another question that we were posed, which is looking at the administration of required assessments in the English language here in Nevada. At the present time, Nevada does not have a specific statute that states that the state's required assessments are to be offered in any other language but English. There is, however, reference to the administration of examinations to pupils who are English learners noted in NRS 390.810. Administration of examinations to pupils who are English learners. The state board is required to prescribe modifications and accommodations. The administration in a language other than English required under certain circumstances, and the assessment of proficiency in the English language. I want to note too, that's not listed on the slide, there is a piece on section 2A in this law that includes language for math and science that allows for these assessments to be provided, quote unquote, in the language most likely to yield accurate and reliable information. When I consulted with our ADAM team, they did indicate that both math and science are provided currently in different languages, predominantly English and Spanish. Beyond that, just the details regarding the sections, the primary sections of this law, I've summarized them. Section 1 clarifies that the local school board or charter governing body is to ensure that English learners participate in these required assessments. This language includes their responsibilities to make modifications if necessary. Section 2 clarifies the administrative procedures for offering the required examinations to English learners. And last but not least, the state board is required to prescribe an assessment of proficiency in the English language for pupils who are English learners to measure oral language skills, comprehension skills, reading skills, and writing skills. At the present time, this assessment is WIDA. Okay, I'd like to shift to the first set of assessment note requirements noted in AB 400. This first set was enacted in 2023. So let's look at section 23, F1. The Commission on School Funding shall, number 1, use metrics to measure the academic achievement of pupils, which include, without limitation, the performance of pupils on standardized examinations in math, reading, and science. And notice how we highlighted reading. Section 23F2 also indicates that the commission, same commission, apologies, shall use metrics to measure the improvement of pupils enrolled in elementary school and literacy, which include, without limitation, the literacy rate for pupils in 1st, 3rd, and 5th grades. In addition, I've also noted some requirements under SB 98, 2023, section 3.3.1 specifically. The superintendent of public instruction shall establish metrics of performance for public schools for each grade, which include, without limitation, metrics for, and we'll focus on item 1, the growth and proficiency of pupils in literacy. And it also includes mathematics and science. There are 2 additional items noted there, but these are the ones that connected to literacy.
Dr. Lixalt, this is Member Hughes. Can you, before we move on, can you just clarify the Commission on School Funding is using those metrics for what, given that their scope of work is not doing much into implementation? So I guess I'm just curious, like, if you have context on why the Commission on School Funding even named, and what are they even doing with that information?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, as you can see, this was in AB 400. The commission was given several different, this is F1 and F2. They were given a long list that I think even goes up to G to correlate the expenditures with outcomes, and they were provided resources to do this research. With that, the Department of Education is working closely with them to make sure that they have all of the data that the state provides, as well as we are the content experts, as we are to the State Board of Education, should they have any questions.
Got it. So they're using it in their research.
Yes, research, and they are tasked with providing recommendations to the legislative session for 2025.
Got it.
This is Member Dockweiler. I have a follow-up question. So in the past, in the fall, we received a presentation on Read by Grade 3 from the team. I'm wondering, since we're not mentioned in the reporting mechanisms for under AB 400, will we still receive that information once this is fully enacted?
Yes, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, all of the work that the Commission on School Funding produces is public record. Their reports are due in September. We will work with the board should you want a specific presentation around any one topic, but they are in the process of producing those reports right now. They have a meeting next week on June 20th, and then also the week after that on June 27th. They are moving rather quickly with a large body of work. And so I would offer those, should you have time to attend or watch those meetings. Those are 2 that are coming up right away.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, this next slide, I'll go faster, refers to some statutes in the AB 400, again, of 2023. These are descriptive of statutes that are not effective until July 1, 2028, and they all on this particular slide refer to the retention language. And I'd like to note section 71.1. This is the golden thread, you call it when you teach English, about retention in AB 400. This is the section that's very important to hear and to understand. Except as otherwise provided in this section, a pupil enrolled in grade 3 must be retrained in grade 3 rather than promoted to grade 4 if that pupil does not attain a score in the subject area of reading on the uniform examination administered pursuant to paragraph A. Reminder that this score must meet the passing score that has been prescribed by the state board. Section 71.5, Section 5, the state board shall prescribe these three elements by regulation, a uniform examination, for administration in kindergartens and grades 1, 2, and 3 to measure the proficiency of pupils in the subject area of reading. Item B, the score which a pupil enrolled in grade 3 must obtain in the subject area of reading on the uniform examination to be promoted to grade 4 without a good cause exemption. And then item C, an alternative examination for administration to pupils enrolled in grade 3 who do not obtain the passing score in the subject area of reading on that uniform examination. And the passing score such a pupil must obtain on the alternative examination to be promoted to grade 4 without the approval for a good cause exemption. All right.
Dr. Laxell, I apologize. I know you're trying to get through this, but I have another question.
No worries. Thank you.
So I think it was Mr. Rincon who mentioned that the uniform assessment can be different in grades K1, 2, and both across the grades. So really what this slide is saying is that we could select multiple uniform examinations and an alternative examination, correct?
Can I speak? I can speak to this. This language is directly from AB 400. What Mark Rincon was referring to was just the, it could be, let me start with item A. We did consult with the DAG and a uniform examination for administration in kinder and grades 1, 2, and 3. In that consultation, they shared with us that that could be all students across those grades, but it could also be per grade level. I think we may need to refer to the DAG to see if it also counts for this section in AB 400 around retention.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure you were talking to Greg Ott, who is my supervisor, who probably would have that information at a moment's notice for you. And I apologize. I apologize. I feel like I'm not being as helpful as I'd like to be to you all today. So I apologize for that, but I can't answer that. But Greg certainly can answer that. And when he returns from vacation, we'll make sure he gets you some information about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I wasn't sure if I understood how the question was asked completely, but let me take a stab at it. So a uniform examination basically means one examination that's administered across those grades, 1, 2, and 3. For also to the, or I'll pause right there. For the alternative examination, that may be different depending on which components you want to assess for those students. So that does not have the uniform examination part on it, on the alternative examination, but it does for the initial assessment of the students.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to survey this final slide on assessment requirements for determining good cause exemptions in AB 400 2023. This information is also to be enacted July 1, 2028. These listing of these 6 good cause exemptions are noted here. We've highlighted the primary language, and that's all I'm going to speak to today. My colleague Joan Jackson will be covering some more about the good cause exemptions. So, the first line, a good cause exemption must be approved for a pupil who previously was retained in grade 3. Any other pupil is eligible for good cause exemption if the pupil. So the following 5 good cause exemptions, the first includes that alternative standardized reading assessment. If a youngster passes that, then he or she will be offered a good cause exemption, may be offered a good cause exemption. Item B is real important because it's the first time we've seen this language, that another element for a child to be offered a good cause exemption or to be available to get one is through a portfolio. And this is real important as well. Item C refers to youngsters who are English learners and the years of their instruction as an English learner in a second language. Item D is for youngsters who have received intensive remediation in reading for 2 years or more, but still demonstrates a deficiency in reading and was previously retained in kindergarten for grades 1 or 2 or for a total of 2 years. It's very, very complex. Items E and F includes the good cause exemption language around youngsters who have an IEP, and we've gone over these before. If you have any questions, just let us know. Joan will go into this as well.
I had 2 questions, and if you're going to cover these, then I'll just put them out there and we'll let you go. I think I saw before the language around standards and research based, and so curious how that aligns through a portfolio, which I imagine in the way I've seen portfolios is much harder to gauge the research basedness of it, if that's a word, or standards alignment might be a little easier, but so a question about that. And then I'm curious, and this is probably more of a nuanced legal question, which we can hold on, but do all of these imply that they were done well? Like, I think, sure, you could have received intensive remediation. That might have been from a long-term sub who's not trained on the science of reading. So I don't know if that's implied in this language, that you had access to quality, whatever the thing is, or just that somebody said oh, they got that. Because that would actually make a big difference of is it sort of no fault of the kids because they didn't have access to high quality instruction?
With regards to your first item, Member Hughes, on the standards-based, valid and reliable, my perception is that's in law as of this date. And yes, those measures need to be met as far as scientific rigor. Item 2, one of my colleagues will actually be addressing your second component at the end of the PowerPoint with regards to that youngster's experience in that classroom instruction. So that will be answered.
Great, thanks.
Dr. Laxalt, we have another question from Member Cantu.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Laxalt. Member Cantu for the record. This is a lot of, good, dense information. I've had some time to review it, so in looking at it, just to be clear, this is to be implemented by July 1, 2028. Is that correct? Or
no, it isn't. Member Cantu.
Yeah, help me out. Is this in effect now? When is this happening? Because I'd love to see the numbers once you put kids through this good cause exemption, what percentage are actually detained at the end of that, sieve or filter process that you go through.
Member Cantu, it's really important to note that these do not become enacted until July 1st, 2028. These are elements of of AB 400. It's very specific, some of the statute or the sections in this law refer to 2023. The retention components are all listed and will not be enacted until July 1, 2028.
So, Dr. Laxalt, to clarify, so students now are they being retained because the good cause exemptions are not in effect, or is this just it's not operative at this point in time? Is that correct? Okay.
I can I can speak to read by grade 3. At this point in time, these are not being enacted with regards to retention. However, there are other statutes in the law that allow K-12 education to offer retention to any youngster that site level and that local level deems is appropriate.
Thank you.
Oh, I have one more. Okay, this is my final. For question 3, we were also asked to explore the use of a testing matrix for the assessment of K-3 students' reading proficiency. In our research, we also reiterated it would have to be proven that a testing matrix meets all 3 criteria that are outlined in the AB 289 2019 Read by Grade 3 Act. It must be demonstrated that it is valid, reliable, and standards-based. In addition, we have determined that a testing matrix used in education should be meticulously crafted to align with the knowledge, skills, and standards specified in educational frameworks such as our Nevada Academic Content Standards in the English Language Arts. And lastly, this is a substantial undertaking. It would demand considerable time and resources to execute effectively.
Mark Rincon for the record, and this moves us to question 4. We were asked to create a crosswalk between AB 289 and AB 400. So within your packet, you'll have a document that serves as a high level, but a comprehensive overview to compare both laws as related to Read by Grade 3. All sections of both laws which pertain to Read by Grade 3 have been included in this document by topic. Please note that in AB 400, it was an omnibus bill and contains sections which are unrelated to Read by Grade 3. And lastly, there are sections within AB 400 that contains portions that will not be enacted until July 1, 2028.
All right, Joan Jackson for the record. The next question for further exploration had to do with the good cause exemptions and how could the board provide clarification on those 6 items. So what we did in an effort to start this work, because we know that we still will be digging into the legal language of those good cause exemptions as we move forward. But what we did to start this work is drafted a good cause exemption kind of flow chart, which you have as a separate item because no one will be able to read that on the screen. So basically what this document is it will be provided with some directions on, you know, if you start at the top, was the student are they being considered for retention? Were they previously retained in grade 3? If the answer is yes to that, then they automatically qualify for a good cause exemption and you're done with the flow chart. If not, then you move over to the right side of the document and you start to work your way through each one of those good cause exemptions. At a later time, if the board desires, we can work through a couple of scenarios of students to say, okay, here's a student, here are their situations, and then we could work through the flow chart to see how it works to determine if this is usable. It's in draft form, so we're open to some suggestions on that. And I don't know what's happening with the presentation. Should I unplug and plug in again? Yes. Okay. And no. Let me try something else. Yeah, let me try from the current slide. All right. All right, and that leads us to question 6 regarding the literacy specialists.
All right, question 6, we were asked to describe The role of the Read by Grade 3 literacy specialist. Again, we provided the language that's provided in AB 289, 2019. Not going to walk through this piece by piece, but the first item again, section 2, subsection 1 is very important. This language notes that it requires the principal of a public elementary school, including without limitation a charter school, shall designate a licensed teacher employed by the school to serve as a literacy specialist. This section of the law also lists qualifications of the role. A key word in this is the word designate. This has often been misinterpreted to say hire. So important point. The next 5 items are the list of qualifications that are in AB 289 about, how do you hire a Read by Grade 3 literacy specialist? The first item is their impact on improving the literacy of students. That's the one student focus. The next 4 are all about working with the adults at the site level. We want to remind you all that research supports the use of licensed teachers to provide direct instruction and intervention to elementary students who are not performing on grade level. We cited John Hattie's work, a little dated, very well respected, titled Visible Learning, a synthesis of over 800 meta-analyses relating to achievement. And lastly, on this slide, research also cites the benefits of utilizing a variety of community volunteers, including nonprofit literacy-based organizations, universities and colleges, local libraries, et cetera, to offer general literacy support to all students in the school. Okay, this next slide lists 7 areas that are identified in a current regulation, NAC 388.2666. Very proud to note that these, the redesign of these regulations occurred last year. The primary authors were the Read by Grade 3 Advisory Council members. I won't read through each of these. I'll just cite some key words. That first item is that demonstration of leadership in instruction, intervention, assessment, professional learning, and family engagement regarding literacy. The second item refers to assisting teachers who are working with youngsters who are struggling. Item 3 is to support the teachers in creating monitoring plans to assist those youngsters to monitor their growth. Section 4, this individual is to collaborate with the principal to develop a schedule of professional learning for the teachers. And again, item 5, professional learning around the assessments that need to be used. Item 6, real important, provide an instruction and support for parents and guardians. And item 7, assist teachers in the analysis of pupil data. Okay, one additional Read by Grade 3 literacy specialist requirement that it has been added in AB 400 2023. So in this particular section of AB 400, section 77, each literacy specialist designated pursuant to NRS 388.159 and any teacher or other person with knowledge and expertise relating to providing intervention services and intensive instruction to a pupil in the subject area of reading shall, in addition to any other duties or responsibilities assigned to him or her, provide intervention services and intensive instruction directly to pupils who are basically operating below grade level in the area of reading. This particular element is effective July 1, 2028. This language is not noted in AB 289, so this is new language. We took the opportunity to define the word directly. What does that mean in AB 400, this same section? Just like everyone to hear it, anyone that provides intervention services, inclusive of the literacy specialist, teacher, or other persons with knowledge, would provide those services to pupils that received a low score or below grade level. It is not perceived that the word directly has an exact legal definition in this context, but it could be interpreted as meaning that the person will be interacting with the students either in person or virtually.
Member Hudson, I have a question. So with this, would you guys be cutting some of the requirements like the load work for those literacy specialists? Because now the literacy specialists are read by 3 specialists on top of they have to train and make sure they support teachers. And now we're putting an additional, they're becoming teachers again, per se. If that makes, yeah.
Our task here today is to provide you with language of the law. So what you point out is certainly something we've been curious about as well. At this point in time, we're just looking at this language.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Laxalt, could we put this on the list of the definition of directly to the list of items the DAG can help provide us with more guidance or definition on?
Just to be clear, and I didn't state it at the beginning, this language came directly from the DAG. We've consulted the DAG on this language.
Okay, perfect.
And
well,
it was
maybe just
Dag Gardner. I'll just say who it was.
Perfect. So I guess the question may be related to what Member Hudson was saying is directly if the literacy specialist is working directly with the students now, providing those interventions, will their other duties be alleviated? Or maybe we're interpreting this incorrectly, that directly doesn't mean they have to provide those services to the students, but maybe they can supervise whoever is giving those services to the students.
I think if you look at the final sentence of that, it could be interpreted as meaning, so again, not as specific as we'd like, as meaning that the person will be interacting with the students either in person or virtually. This section of AB 400 doesn't negate the other responsibilities that we discussed earlier. So, we could provide a comprehensive listing of all of these, AB 400 and AB 289, for y'all, if that would help.
Joan Jackson, for the record, I thank you for the opportunity to explore this further because if we look at the language at the front where it says each literacy specialist that has been designated and any teacher or other person with knowledge or expertise. So I'd like an opportunity to explore with the DAG whether that is narrowing it to the literacy specialist or if it's saying this group of experts would be providing the directly.
Could you please do that and get back with us, at least for me, at least? That'll be helpful.
Yes.
Mark Rincon for the record. This takes us to our last question. How can we take into account the instruction and intervention components that a child may have or may not have experience? We don't want to penalize a student with retention when they did not receive appropriate instruction or intervention prior to the retention. So within AB 400, it does not address whether or not a student has received appropriate instruction or intervention. However, we want to note that there are multiple ways that a student can show reading proficiency or be promoted to the next grade level, such as using a uniform assessment, an alternative assessment, a student portfolio, and utilizing the good cause exemptions. Also, we want to note that the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, the NEPF, serves to improve instructional practices and support professional growth of teachers and administrators.
Joan Jackson for the record. So this last slide provides 3 different resources for you for further exploration if you have an evening available and you'd like to look through. There are comprehensive reports in here that provide overviews of all 50 states and what's happening with their policies and their regulations, their expectations. And that concludes our presentation. So we're happy to answer questions.
This is Member Cantu. Very quickly, for other states that have implemented read by grade 3 policies, and maybe you're in the middle of it, has it been beneficial to students, and if so, how?
Joan Jackson for the record. So I think that's an amazing question that we would love to have some time to dig into so we can give you some examples from other states. Some states do have that information available, and we do have some colleagues, national colleagues that we've reached out to that can help us gather some more of that for you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have any questions for the presenters or comments for discussion? Member Carlton?
Thank you. And taking off on Member Cantu's, so knowing where the kids, but we kind of need to back it up to know how long did it take them to get there? Because we're at the 24, 25 school year and we're talking 28. If we start this year, which I don't think schools are really prepared for, are we going to be giving them everything they need at the beginning of this to succeed by grade 3? So not only how many children succeeded, but what was the ramp up? What was the time frame that it took to get to that? Because I'm not sure 28 is a reasonable, I mean, they should all be reading by grade 3 today, of course, but we've got a time frame of 28. If we're not getting them in pre-K right now started, will they succeed by grade 3? That's my concern.
Joan Jackson for the record. Thank you for the question, Member Carlton. We'll write that down and we'll do some research. Thank you.
Member Carlton, that made me think of something else as well. And initially when we first started talking about this, we're like, oh, well, that's not until 2028. Why are we having these conversations now? We're 4 years out, right? But I think to that very point, we need to do our resource mapping and map the implementation timeline. But then also, once we start monitoring and looking at these different pieces, we have some of these assessments in place, we might be able to get a better idea. 2 out of the 3 states that we received data on today, half of their 3rd graders failed. So are we prepared as a state with resources, human capital, financial space to retain 50% of our 3rd graders? So doing all of this work early, while it seems like it might be too early, like it really is going to help us prepare to get a good idea of what we're going to be looking at. So when 2028 comes, we're not surprised. I want to thank the team real quick just for your work on all of these different things. I will turn it over to Member Hughes.
Yeah, Member Hughes for the record, and just also want to express appreciation. This is a lot of good information, and I know that it takes a lot of time to put together, so thank you for that. Just to echo Member Cantu and Carlton's sort of question, I think the efficacy of this whole effort is also top of my mind. And when I've looked into some of the resources, and I think I shared this before, it's very mixed results in terms of does this have the desired impact of actually helping to improve reading rates, by the appropriate timeline. And from what I can tell, the surrounding variables matter a lot. And so I think we should probably dig into that. Like, it is effective if these other 10 things are in place, or it's not effective. Because I think that's where the nuance is going to be. And there's some ability for us both in the assessment and the other surrounding pieces to figure out what's the right combination, knowing that at this point, this is the law. And so we are going to have to figure out a path forward. So just wanted to name that. And then the second thing is I would like to figure out, and I suspect it would have to be through a BDR or some sort of other, liaising with the with legislatures. But the efficacy piece strikes me, even though I know you all addressed it in accordance with sort of what's in the law. We have hundreds and hundreds of schools in our state that are still not using a foundational skills program consistently for kids. So it's well, sure, kids aren't going to learn how to read if you're not actually implementing appropriate materials. So I feel like we've got to add some more teeth to some of those pieces of not just say that it's important, but figure out a way to make sure that kids do actually have access to those things. And ensure if they do have access to all those, then let's talk about the accountability piece and retention. But I would just love it to, again, I know that that's not how the current law is written, but I do think it would be worth us coming up with a perspective on that with you all. That we could present to the legislature, because it seems like that is still a key missing ingredient. in all of this is it's a very deficit-based sort of approach. And like, we haven't been giving kids all the things that they need. And so like, I can get behind this if we're giving kids all the things that we need. And so I feel like we've got to have that conversation as well simultaneously. So I know that's not within your all's purview, but I would appreciate your thought partnership around that.
I have another question that probably doesn't have an answer. I'm trying to reconcile how this works with competency-based learning. If a student is not performing well in reading and they need those additional supports, but they're performing on grade level in their other academic areas, how is that benefiting them to be retained because they won't be challenged in those other areas just to get the supports in the one? So I'd like the board to also consider how this work fits into the portrait of a learner and the competency-based learning that the state is endeavoring towards to make sure that whatever we decide on this particular agenda item is in alignment with the goals that we're trying to achieve. Any other questions? I'm looking at my screen as well. Member else. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut this trip.
Okay. Thank you for covering these 7 different items. We look forward to receiving an update in the future as you learn more information and take some of the comments made today into consideration. So thank you so much for your time. Okay, moving on to number 17, future agenda items. So we currently have 7 topics on our list. We have mechanism for rural support, successful outcomes achieved by the State Board of Education, Commission on School Funding Tracking, dual credit programs by NCHE, teacher exit survey, emergency special education license, federal and state required assessments. And after our conversations today, we are moving item 14 from our public hearing to a future agenda item, and then also item 11 from our public hearing. Are there any other items from board members for future agenda items?
Member Cantu, was there a follow-up on the school start time surveys that we were going to get? Okay.
Great question. I will look to Superintendent Ebert to see if she has any more information about that.
Yes, thank you. So we've gone through the revision of the questions. We actually just had the contract signed with the vendor, I think in the last week. So now that both of those pieces are in place, we'll be able to push out to the board to make sure that we captured your recommendations as well as those from the experts from Thought Exchange. And then I don't have my notes in front of me, but I believe the board had requested putting it out in September, but I'll re-verify that.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. That sounds correct with the information we have up here as well. So thank you. Thank you, Member Cantu. Member Hughes.
So I think there were, let me just double check. 2 things I think could be helpful. So one is more process. I was looking at the list, and I think prior to our amazing clerk, Member Hudson, I don't think we had we did not always keep up with our running future agenda items. I was trying to use ChatGPT over here to try to have them review our notes and go back through all of them. But I think there's a bunch missing that we've talked about over the last couple of years that had sort of just fallen off. So I feel like we probably need to do a quick audit and make sure that we do have the current list. I know there's a few things that we missed that were even just from my own notes from me and other members. And the second thing is I do think as we think ahead, President Ortiz started off talking about the election. And I think it would be in our best interest to maybe think about, have a conversation around potential bylaws and processes that we would like the state board to continue. I feel like we have done that more organically. But again, as we think about onboarding new members, we should probably have more things in writing in terms of how we operate. So probably over the next couple of months would be good.
Great recommendation, Member Hughes.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if you would indulge me, I feel like just kind of a point of order on my part. kind of mid-meeting, I walked out because I needed a biological break. And it seems like it disrupted the whole meeting, so I apologize for that. My question is for the DAG. Does the meeting have to stop when quorum is lost, or do you only need quorum for taking action on action items? I don't want to do that again. Sorry.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know that you will have to have a quorum to take a vote. If you're not present for a portion of that meeting, I think it comes down to sort of reasonability. If you miss a couple minutes, I don't think that the open meeting law is going to be offended. And the most important issue is if you then take a vote on an issue, we want to make sure that you heard and understood the substance of the discussion that occurred during that session before you took a vote. But it doesn't, I think, offend the process if you need to take a break.
Thank you.
Just Member Hudson, for a future agenda item, just to get an update on the age requirement for developmental delay. I don't know if we finished that discussion or if you guys were going to come back to us with that. So I'll put that on the future agenda items. I can't remember.
All right, Member Keys.
I would like at some point in the year, I know last June we got presentations on Opportunity 180 in Boys Town. And so I would like to see a presentation. As you guys all know, I also serve on the Nevada Association of Student Councils State Board. And one goal that I'm trying to do this year is to kind of like merge the two to get everyone a little bit more informed about student leadership and then them informed about what the State Board of Ed is doing. I was kind of thinking next meeting because it starts early, but it sounds like we have a lot. So I'm kind of fine with whenever. I would just like to do that at some point within the next year or so.
Perfect. Great idea. Thank you, Member Keys.
And I think that's an excellent idea. And there's going to be a lot of changeover on this board after November. So that might be something that would be good to put it like the beginning of next year, because you're going to have a lot of new folks. And that way everybody will be on the same page with all the same information.
Thank you, everybody. Anything else? Last call. Great. This was a wonderful first meeting of the summer. We have a second summer meeting July 31st, again at 9 o'clock. Depending on the length of that agenda, we could all come and be prepared. Perhaps we can order lunch so we can have food to energize us as the meeting progresses. And with that, we'll move on to public comment number 2. I will now take open public comment on any non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Public comment may be submitted to the board secretary at nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. Our secretary will read public comments into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that the public comment submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. I will begin with any members of the public who have attended to provide comments in person. Please fill out a comment card, turn on the microphone, and begin by stating your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes. First, we will look to Carson City. Are there any public comments in person in Carson City?
There is no public comment in Carson City.
Thank you. Any public comment in person in Las Vegas or online?
We have one that was submitted via online. It was regarding item 6, but they submitted their email after public comment. Number 1 was open. Is it okay if I read it into the record?
Yes, please.
NV Board of Ed, please know as the CCSD and EPF liaison to NDE, I would like to provide public comment to item 9 on 6/12/24 meeting agenda regarding NEPF evaluation redesign drafts. CCSD is in support of the redesign drafts shared by NDE and encourages the TLC to move to accept the NEPF rubric redesign drafts and substantive evaluation tool draft changes as is and recommended to them to the State Board of Education, thus allowing taking a position on potential statutory changes that may be needed regarding the class size adjustment weights. Thank you. Eric.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That's all the public comment we have for public comment number 2. With that, I thank you all for your time, and we will adjourn. We'll see you all next Wednesday, July 31st at 9 a.m. I'll call this meeting at 2:51. Thank you.